Well, good morning. Welcome to the Center for American Progress. My name is Jared Bass. I'm the Senior Vice President for Education here at CAP. I'm so happy to see all of you here for this important discussion. Captioning is available to the left of the stage, and if you're joining us online, you can access captioning by clicking the captioning button on your screen. Over the course of the next day and a half, we will work towards building a progressive agenda for education by helping progressives to be known by what they're for, not just what they're against. This event is about reframing and shifting the focus from lack to opportunity, from apathy to a strong democracy, from hate and division to belonging for all students, no matter who they are, what they look like, where they're from, who they love, or how they worship. This is the power of education. This is the power and beauty of public education, but only if we take care of it. So let's take care of it for the early educators and the early learners, for teachers and students, for the moms, dads, grandmas, and aunties who stay up late to work on projects, for the borrowers, workers, and employers. Let's take care of it for all those who play their part in this great orchestra called learning. Let's add to this rich symphony today by playing our part to make the American education system better, not just for the next school year, but for every school year to come. Let's reset, reframe, and reform our education system. Now, with that, I want to invite our first panel to come to the stage to explore education and its connection to opportunity. For this conversation, we have Katie Ham, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Early Childhood Development in the Office of Early Childhood Development at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Carmel Martin, Special Secretary for the Governor's Office for Children, Senior Advisor to the Governor on Economic Mobility in the Office of Governor Wes Moore. Mary Alice McCarthy, Founder and Senior Director for the Center on Education and Labor at New America. Roberto Rodriguez, Assistant Secretary for Planning, Evaluation, and Policy Development at the U.S. Department of Education. And this conversation will be moderated by Juan Perez Jr., a reporter from Politico. Please.
All right. Good morning again, everyone. Welcome. My name's Juan, yes, and normally I'm a reporter for Politico, but today it really is a privilege to honestly listen and moderate a discussion with a pretty esteemed panel of folks at a critical juncture in our country's history. I want to express my gratitude to all of you for being here with me this morning, and of course to CAP for bringing us all together. And make no mistake, we have a pretty extraordinary mandate that we have to tackle here in the next 40 minutes or so. We're going to explore these new connections between education and opportunity. Yes, we have been asked to reset and reframe this discussion. So I'm going to spend a few minutes here asking each of these folks here about some policy initiatives that they're all very familiar with. But at the same time, I've asked them, and I want all of you to keep some of these bigger contextual questions in mind as we move through this discussion. Why is early childhood education and pre-K so important? Where are opportunities for new reforms and new ideas of the K-12 education system? Is our higher ed system really prepared to equip a new generation for a new era of global competition? And what does it really mean to enhance the connection between education and opportunity anyway? So we're going to spend about 15 minutes apiece on each of these three planks. All of our panelists here will have an opportunity to make some kind of opening remarks too as we move into questions here. But Deputy Assistant Secretary Ham, I'm going to kick it to you first. There is considerable pressure from advocates, from Congress, everyone in the field to address what's been described as a crisis in the childcare space. I want to paraphrase how your agency put it in its recent regulatory proposal on childcare. The industry remains a fundamentally broken system due to chronic disinvestment. So I want you to do a couple of things here. I want you to talk about why it's so critical to address ideas like these, to address the bigger questions of the day. And I'd also like you to discuss HHS's final rule on the Child Care and Development Fund, particularly its aspirations to address workforce shortages and things like that. Please kick us off.
Thank you so much. And thanks to the Center for American Progress for hosting this really important discussion. So the Child Care and Development Block Grant is a funding stream that supports states to provide child care to low-income families and improve the quality of child care. It has never been funded in a way that allows it to fully meet the need in childcare. So we serve about 1 in 7 eligible children with childcare subsidies. It is a great and transformative program for families that can get that subsidy. It helps them access childcare that they wouldn't otherwise be able to access. But as you said, it is fundamentally a broken market. So what the Biden-Harris administration has proposed is a $600 billion investment that would fundamentally change the way that we fund and support families when it comes to childcare access in this country. It would serve 16 million children. It would ensure that the average payment for families is about $10 per day, with the lowest income families getting access without a copayment. It would pay our early care and education workers a fair and sustainable wage. And that is the type of reform that we need in this country in order to be able to fully realize the opportunity that we have in early care and education. There is enormous evidence that investing in early care and education is something that pays off dividends. We know that when children step into a kindergarten classroom, a lot of the opportunity gap that we see later already exists, because from birth to 5, you're largely able to access what your family can afford to pay for, which means this great evidence-based enriching experience that is so important as children are learning things like language, how to interact with other people, being curious about the world, is mostly available to families that can afford to pay for it. So that's why in the Biden-Harris administration, we have really called for what has been framed as an historic investment, but really would just equalize early childhood with the other investments that we make in people across the lifespan. And it would kind of right-size it, because we know this period from birth to 5 is so critically important developmentally. Now, at the same time that we have called on Congress to make this big investment and change, we are also not going to miss any opportunity through executive action to make things better. So that is why we put out this final rule. The final rule does really important things for the existing childcare subsidy system. It limits what families pay to 7% of their income. For families who are getting a subsidy and they're in a state where they don't already cap it, they're going to save about $200 a month, and that is huge. We also make changes to how providers are paid. So they are paid on time. They are paid when based on the service they provide when the child is enrolled, not, if a child is absent for a day, getting nickeled and dimed. So these are important changes. We've also told states with payment rates for childcare providers that are too low that they need to raise them. So we're making progress. We are using the levers that we have in the federal government to make payments more sustainable, to make payments higher, so that childcare providers, whether that's a family childcare provider or a center director, can afford to pay more. But it's not a solution to the crisis. The solution to the crisis comes through investment and reform and the budget proposal that the administration has put out.
Got it. Thank you for that. Carmel, I want to kick it to you next. I think we're going to have a few opportunities to discuss the blueprint for Maryland's future here, but I'd like to ask you to focus a little bit on its aspirations to expand early childhood education and talk a little bit about its current progress towards implementation, some pre-K expansion grads too. Can you talk to us about the vision there?
Sure. Thanks. And I also want to echo Katie's thanks to CAP for having us here. For me, it's coming home. So it's great to be back home. First point that I just want to make is, if, to your point, Juan, there's opportunities to talk about the blueprint across the issue areas that you're planning to cover today, because I think one of the things that was visionary about the blueprint is it did embrace this premise that if we're going to provide the kind of high quality education and opportunities to our young people from cradle to career, which it does have that frame, we have to think about early childhood as we think about K-12, as we think about higher ed and workforce and beyond. So they're a key pillar of the blueprint for Maryland's future, which is a package of education reforms enacted in Maryland. One of the key pillars is early childhood education, and it calls for fairly dramatic expansion of access to preschool, providing free access to low-income students for 3 and 4-year-olds, and preschool on a sliding scale for middle-income families for 4-year-olds. And it's in the process of being phased in. It's going a little bit more slowly than we would hope, but we're hoping we'll be able to get it to full implementation. And complementing that policy in the blueprint, we've also been working on improving our childcare system as well, seeing that those are two integrated systems that really need to be thought about it at the same time, and there's more progress to be made, but it was a top priority for the governor in his recently enacted budget, largest increase in funding for childcare in Maryland's history, and trying to keep the commitment, working to keep the commitment to serve all families that are seeking assistance. So there's no wait lists in Maryland, but at the same time, increasing the generosity of our child care program. So increasing the eligibility for childcare, reducing co-payments, increasing reimbursement rates. These are all improvements that have been made in recent years, which have increased the cost of the program, which is why it is something that has been such a big budgetary priority. But I would say big picture with respect to both of those two sets of reforms, some of the key challenges are workforce, which is something I know Katie is working hard on and working collaboratively across the Biden-Harris administration. That's something that we're really trying to focus on. How can we prepare and support those in the early childhood space to meet the standards that we know are needed for high quality programs? So I think moving forward, as we increase access to programming, both through preschool and childcare, a core component is going to be making sure that we have the workforce to support both of those systems, as well as working to integrate the two systems with each other.
Yeah, appreciate you both of you making the emphasis on workforce here, because Mary Alice, I think that's a good opportunity here to pivot to you. I know we're going to be talking a lot more about workforce more broadly a little bit later here, but I did want to ask you whether New America's examination of alternative worker training models might have any lessons for the childcare and early education space.
Yeah, thank you, Juan, and echoing thanks to Center for American Progress for being here. And it's just a true privilege to be on the stage with these amazing leaders today. So thank you for that. Yeah, my name is Mary Alice McCarthy. I lead our Center on Education and Labor at New America. And I just want to sort of say, it was a process for us to get to the point where we wanted to talk about education and labor in the same sentence. And that is because if we want education to be a gateway to economic opportunity, we also need to pay attention not only to the quality of our education programs, but to the labor and employment policies that shape the quality of jobs that we're preparing people for. And nowhere is that more true, I would say, than in the childcare and early education space. And some of our earliest research was on alternative models to address some of these challenges within this space in particular. We know from much research and well-documented evaluations and research that bringing early childhood educators up to the bachelor degree level is good for them, good for children. It makes them more effective educators. It shows in the quality of the teaching. But the wages are incredibly low in this sector, and to ask people to reach that level of education for a job that pays so little and is often precarious and doesn't have access to benefits is deeply problematic and has many equity implications, again, considering that this is a workforce that is predominantly made up of women and women of color. So we looked at two models, at three different models for sort of addressing some of these questions. One is through apprenticeship, and we looked specifically at a model implemented by the 1199 Training and Employment Fund in Philadelphia. Other places have done these early educator apprenticeships. But what it does, at least, is that it removes the cost for the early educator of actually becoming an educator and actually pays them to become an early educator. Because, of course, apprenticeship is paid on the job learning and training in addition to classroom instruction. So this is a model that at least removes any sort of financial barriers. If you can find one, they can be very high quality. And the SEIU Training and Employment Funds deliver these in a number of different places. And there are other apprenticeship models. But that is one way to address one of the problems in this space. Another alternative model that we looked at were community colleges delivering bachelor's degrees in early education. So community colleges, for example, in a lot of rural communities, people just don't have access, nearby access to a four-year institution to get a bachelor's degree in something like early education. And expanding the ability of community colleges who already enroll a lot of students who might be interested in early education, do associate degrees, getting them all the way to the bachelor degree level makes sense. It's also more affordable, often more convenient. So those are two ways to sort of ease the passage through. What I will say, though, is I think fundamentally, just to come back to this point, the shortage problem is not a shortage of people wanting to become early educators. It's a tremendously popular occupation. Lots of people would like to do it. It is a problem of wages and job quality. So in the state of California, though, early family childcare providers there are doing much better than family childcare providers in a lot of other states. Just last year, 40,000 childcare providers in California got a 20% pay increase. They got a retirement fund and a training and an education fund and access to healthcare benefits. And they got those because they joined a union or they were effectively organized, and they are represented by SEIU in the state of California. So again, we get back to this, to get to what we need childcare workers and early educators to have political power. And we need to find ways to build their political power so that they in turn can get the education that they are investing in does lead to economic opportunity.
Thank you for that. All right, Assistant Secretary, you're up. I'd like you to outline a couple of things. First, your views on whether there's a realistic legislative pathway to universal pre-K. And if there isn't, what alternatives the Biden administration can pursue instead and has proposed. And then the preschool incentive demonstration program is one thing that you might want to talk about here. But really, in the absence of some kind of massive federal infusion of new resources here, talk to us about how you think you can build out a bipartisan vision for the future of early education.
Yeah, well, thank you, Juan. And let me just also join my colleagues in echoing thanks to the Center for American Progress for hosting today's conversation. I'm really thrilled to be part of this discussion with wonderful colleagues and friends and experts in this field. I think the first, just before we get to that piece, the theme here that we're starting out is around resetting and reframing a progressive agenda for education. And I just so appreciate the perspectives that have been shared so far, because this agenda really does have to be, as Carmel mentioned, a really cradle through career, comprehensive agenda around opportunity, around equity, around reframing the paths into our higher ed system, reframing the paths into our workforce, reframing the paths and the opportunities that all of our students get to be able to be seen and valued and supported as whole learners in our schools, from the earliest years all the way through K-12 education, all the way into their work and pathway into the workforce and to earn a degree. So I'm excited about the themes that we'll be talking about here on this panel. Very excited about the work around early childhood education. I mean, President Biden has put forth, I think, one of the most boldest visions we've seen for how to address the opportunity to provide early care and education for all children. It is the area of the education pipeline that returns the highest level of investment, of any investment in education. as Katie's mentioned, it provides that blueprint in the budget proposal that she discussed provides an opportunity for a guarantee for our working families to affordable childcare, which is, important for our working families and important for the development and well-being and success for our young people to be able to then enter kindergarten as we think about ready for success. We don't want to be having to play catch up in the K-12 space because our young people are coming and our children are coming to kindergarten not prepared. And we know that fewer than a third of our 3 and 4-year-olds have access to Head Start or high quality state level pre-K. So it's going to take leadership from the federal level to get that done. The president's put forth a blueprint for those investments at the Department of Health and Human Services. Our department at the Department of Education is working really closely to help support that effort. And we have our own proposal that will help to complement that effort by seeking, as you mentioned, through a preschool demonstration program to incentivize districts to use a greater share of their Title I dollars. That's the largest investment we have at the federal level in our low-income schools. Over 90% of districts that receive those dollars. We'd love to see more of those dollars go to support our 3 and 4-year-olds in high quality preschool. Do more of what we're doing here in the District of Columbia, where you have the highest number of 3 and 4-year-olds served by high quality preschool, and where they're using Title I alongside their state and local dollars to make that opportunity available in local elementary schools around the city, right? And to do so in tandem with our Head Start programs, which are our gold standard of high quality care for our students, to do that in tandem with our child care providers, our family and center-based providers. So, we are excited about taking that to Congress and pressing that case because we talk to superintendents all the time that recognize that they have to start earlier and that the opportunity to get their kids the support they need to get ahead before they reach kindergarten is just so important. I think there is tremendous bipartisan support for this idea. We know that this is not about red states or blue states. In fact, states like Georgia and Oklahoma were pioneers in developing high quality preschool programs. Those were red legislatures moving that agenda forward. So, I think it's a matter of meeting states and meeting communities where they are. There's no question we need to have a federal investment here that is a bolder investment that supports state and local dollars to make that happen. And we have state leaders, right? We have Maryland's plan and Governor Moore's commitment, to begin this work in the earliest years. So I think we can get that done. I also think there are contours of the agenda we're discussing that have bipartisan support, such as how we support our community colleges to help advance greater pathways into the workforce, how we think about more innovative ways to support preparing and developing our teachers, right? I know we'll talk a little bit more about that through apprenticeship models and learn and earn models. So, we're really excited to work hand in hand with our partners and on the Capitol Hill to try to make this happen.
I'm going to keep the spotlight on you for just a second here. And I want to transition into more of a K-12 discussion here as we do that.
Yeah.
There's really no need for me to dwell on the evidence here. I think everyone here, everyone watching online knows that our elementary and secondary education system is still in dire need of recovery. The administration has called for extended learning time, high dosage tutoring, other initiatives to help close the gap.
Right.
But there's a question about, well, these things are just simply kind of hard to secure sometimes. And I'd like you to kind of set out what needs to change and why, and what does a progressive vision for academic recovery, kind of this nitty gritty work, what does it look like?
Yeah. Well, first, I'll just say that the pandemic, and this is no news to any of us, and certainly those that are on the front lines working with our students every day in our schools, the pandemic was, one of the greatest disruptions in American public education, right? So we know that our students lost valuable, essential instructional time. They're further behind in reading. They're further behind in math. We've set forth both historic investment, $130 billion in the American Rescue Plan, which is the largest single public investment we've seen in public education, alongside a blueprint to really partner with our state and local leaders to begin to turn the corner and start to narrow that that opportunity gap that we saw. And so, you know, we have to continue that momentum. We know our learners, we actually we're seeing already a recovery. I don't think there's enough coverage about this, but we are seeing a arc of a academic recovery that is the that is the fastest recovery we've seen based on some of the NAEP data in history, right? And based on the last several years, but we're not where we need to be, right? And so deepening our resolve, focusing on what we know works, and putting the remaining dollars that we have in the system, those valuable pandemic funds, to good use, right? And so for our administration, that has been, how are we thinking about putting those dollars to use to address chronic absenteeism? Because if our students are not in school, they're not able to mount that recovery. And we have 14 million young people who are chronically absent in our country, right? It's putting those dollars to use to expand instructional time, to remediate and make up for some of that lost instructional time, either expanded day, you know, make use of those summer months. We know that those make a tremendous difference. High quality summer programming and summer school can really help our students catch, you know, 3 to 5 months worth of learning in reading and math, and high quality tutoring, high quality dose and high dosage tutoring, not just kind of this one and done, but, you know, sustained over the course of the school week in small groups with effective instructors. We know in areas like math, a year of high quality tutoring can make up a year and a half of math. So, you know, we've been focused on making sure that our districts and our state leaders have the resources and the support to be able to make that happen. We are preparing for the congressional date by which these dollars expire. That's at the end of the fiscal year, at the end of September. You know, and we have plans in place and a technical assistance effort in place to work with every state. Actually, every state has been utilizing this to plan for their budgets, to think about how they can continue some of these interventions that are needed beyond the time of the pandemic funds.
Carmel, Roberto knows how I've been pestering him a lot about the funding cliff and the looming expiration of this federal infusion of dollars. So I'd like you to bring the state's perspective into this. Talk to me about the priorities that Maryland has set for post-COVID academic recovery, and really how the state is planning to kind of phase in increases to education funding, particularly at this very tense moment.
So the good news is, because of the blueprint for Maryland's success, there is a plan for increasing historic increases in funding for our K-12 system. That's not to say that we don't need federal funding to continue to increase to support what we're doing, but the blueprint has embedded in it some of the core strategies that Roberto was mentioning in terms of COVID recovery, but they were envisioned to actually just create a more effective education system for all children, COVID or no COVID. So, for example, has benchmarks around third grade reading. And if children aren't meeting those benchmarks, and we're going through a process right now where we have a fabulous new superintendent of schools, Carrie Wright, and she is driving across the state an initiative around making sure that all the teachers in Maryland are prepared to effectively teach reading instruction, and where they need support, providing professional development and coaching to those teachers, but then coupling that with working with school districts to ensure their children are not meeting the standards with respect to literacy. There are given individualized or small group supports to help them get there. In the college and career readiness pillar of the blueprint, there's a lot of work being done in Maryland to ensure that we are effectively measuring what is college and career readiness and having a more expansive vision of so that there's meaning towards career readiness. It's not just, are you ready to go to a 4-year baccalaureate degree, but are you ready to go through the pathway that makes the most sense for you? There's a ton of work being done in that space, but a component of that is to also where students are not showing readiness in the 10th grade, that we're making sure that in the 11th and the 12th grade, we're again giving them individualized supports to help them meet standards and meet expectations. So the blueprint really has embedded in it a system for helping identify where children need support to meet academic goals, and then resources being provided to schools and teachers to help them to reach it. Again, that's not all fully implemented, but it is the vision. And I know school districts across Maryland are working hard on it, and the governor is seeing it as a top priority. We also launched one of the governor's first initiatives as governor was to create a service year, an agency that dedicated provides opportunities to young people in Maryland to do a year of service. And in that vein, we've committed to a tutoring corps to help support what school districts are doing around academic recovery. So those are some of a few things that are contributing to the plan around recovery post-COVID, but actually are part of a larger vision for improving opportunities for children in Maryland.
I appreciate that. And I want to move into talking a little bit more about higher education and workforce here with that in mind. Mary Alice, when we were discussing this earlier before we convened here, I think I noted how, we need something of an army of trained workers to build and design fabrication plants for semiconductors, engineers and scientists to take on needed research and development projects that we've talked about. I want you to talk first a little bit by addressing some of your views on how current policy might be complicating the link between education and opportunity. And I want you to kind of frame that with the idea of addressing whether or not our higher education system, as I noted before, is prepared to kind of meet the urgency of this moment right now.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I would say just right off the bat, our higher education system is absolutely capable of preparing the next generation of engineers and data scientists and high skilled workers that our economy needs. But it is swimming upstream against a set of policies, I think, and a culture of disinvestment that is not helping. But I mean, we continue to have, I think, the best higher education system in the world, and we need to take care of it. Part of what I think needs to happen, though, is that we need to reframe and rethink exactly how education fits into, again, the larger sort of economy and set of social policies that we have that enable economic opportunity. And while we are thinking about education, in other parts of our economy and our labor market in particular, we're undercutting economic opportunity. So that is we're asking education to sort of do all of the work. This is where a lot of what we're doing at New America with the Center on Education and Labor and a policy coalition that we are a part of called the Good Jobs Collaborative is really focused on this need to reframe the relationship between education and economic opportunity. We have been telling people for a long time now, go to college and everything will work out, or get some post-secondary education and everything will work out. And now we're in a period of real disillusionment, I think, and doubt about that promise, okay? Because it wasn't exactly true. It is true that for people who were able to complete college, and particularly from people who came from well-resourced backgrounds and could pay for their education, everything else, all of that all panned out. But for many people, it has not. And so there's a real doubting and questioning going on. And that is a disaster because we need for people to attend post-secondary education and then complete higher education. We weren't wrong, but where we were wrong was the idea that those things would all take care of themselves. If you go to college, everything else will follow. That has not been the case. So we need to think about education in relationship to other social policies. And at the Good Jobs Collaborative, we are particularly focused on the field of workforce development and the policies around workforce development that, again, are designed in a way right now because they are heavily bipartisan and because there is very little engagement or voice among workers in this policy space or worker representatives, they are essentially supporting what I would say is I don't have to be the bipartisan person on the panel, so I will not be. They're essentially in service to a low wage, low road labor market model. Right. And this is a big problem. So we are at the Good Jobs Collaborative holding up examples of what worker-led workforce development looks like, what it looks like to do workforce development through a lens of worker power and worker voice, holding up examples like the 1199 training and employment funds models of apprenticeship. We have some fantastic examples of worker-led workforce development in which we are able, workers are able to access high quality education and training, but they do it through either their union or their worker center or other sort of institutions that actually put their interests first. So again, this would be our coalition is 13 organizations that include a bunch of think tanks, but then also some worker organizations and unions, SEIU, the Restaurant Opportunity Centers United, and the Milwaukee Area Service and Hospitality Worker Organization. And what these organizations are showing is that there's a different way to do this in which worker organizations can work in conjunction with educational institutions and educational providers to really make sure that those programs are a path to opportunity and that the workers, that it is not, that de-risk some of the investments that workers might make in their own education. We have really placed a tremendous burden on individuals, a tremendous amount of risk on individuals for their own education. And it is something we need to pull back from and invest our public resources that way and invest in the organizations and institutions that can really represent workers.
Roberto, you're levitating out of your chair.
Yeah, can I jump in on this too? I just think I agree so much with all of Mary Alice's points here. And, I just want to punctuate that by also saying as we're thinking about this reforming and reframing, part of the, and I couldn't agree more. Our higher ed system is capable of meeting this charge, but it is going to require us to more intentionally design our paths, our pathways, and our systems so that they're not so siloed. And so that our higher education system, our workforce system, our K-12 system, our employers can all work more actively together to design the multitude of pathways that young people are going to need to be able to succeed. I think this kind of notion that there is a one path into a 4-year degree that then, you'll finish and be done with your post-secondary education is just so antiquated to, and it's not the right fit for the economy that is being redesigned in real time by the president's investments in the bipartisan infrastructure bill and CHIPS and the IRA. And what we're seeing with this clean economy and this innovation economy and this digital economy are a whole new set of skills and jobs and opportunities for that our young people need to be prepared to seize. And that means being able to come in and out of higher education. It means being able to earn industry recognized credentials while also working toward a 4-year degree at some point. We have to be much more dynamic and collaborative, I believe, in terms of working across these systems to be able to get that job done. We need to be much more attentive to equity because we have to be real about the fact that our higher education system right now is not accessible or affordable to too many of our first generation students, too many of our students of color that need that education to get ahead. It is still the single most important rung on that ladder of opportunity for economic mobility. But we have to clarify those pathways. We have to break down more of those silos. And we have to start with our young people earlier. One of the things we're really excited about at the department is this vision to provide career-connected high schools for our students, right? And we've put forth $25 million across 19 communities just this past fall to start to think about how to redesign that high school experience to provide work-based learning alongside dual enrollment and opportunities for early college credit. alongside advising for college and for the workplace, alongside that type of navigation and social capital that our young people need access to be able to build and prepare for their future. And, the way we've had our high schools designed for an industrial age really doesn't give them the agency or the opportunity to ask them and engage them in what comes next. Where does your future lead? And we have to do that much earlier because if we have a high school system and post-secondary pathways, not a one-size-fits-all, but a multitude of those pathways into our four-year system, into our community college system, into our workforce, that type of system will match the ambition that our young people have for their future. They have clear ambitions. We have not designed the system to match those ambitions.
Katie?
Yeah, I would love to jump in on the early childhood perspective here. So, Mary Alice talked about a lot of wonderful opportunities when it comes to apprenticeships, when it comes to career pathways. And there are some wonderful examples in the early childhood space of how that people have done this well. There are also a lot of missed opportunities because sometimes what we hear from institutions of higher education is that they are hesitant to grow their early childhood education preparation programs, or they're even scaling it back because they cannot graduate students that can go on and earn a living wage. And they don't want to put people through an apprenticeship program or a credential program or a degree program if they're not going to be able to cover just their basic living expenses. So I think that if we don't fix the wage problem on the other end of this post-secondary training and higher education conversation, then we're going to have a lot of missed opportunities, and that is going to impact women and women of color who dominate this industry. I'd love to talk a little bit more about how we're trying to solve for this problem in the Head Start program. As many of you know, Head Start is a preschool birth to 5 program now designed to support low-income children with comprehensive services in addition to early education. It has long been the gold standard in early education, and holding that banner for 60 years is no small feat. And it was designed to give the best of what we have in early childhood education as a country to children who are furthest from opportunity. Unfortunately, in the 60 years that we've had this Head Start model, it was kind of always predicated on this idea that women of color were going to essentially subsidize the Head Start model by accepting very low wages. In 2007, Congress passed a really important reauthorization of the Head Start program that, to Mary Alice's point about wanting teachers to have more degrees and credentials, required most Head Start teachers to get a bachelor's degree. That was absolutely the right call. We want to give the best of what we have in early childhood to children who are furthest from opportunity. Unfortunately, wages did not follow. So what we saw, even pre-pandemic, was a steady increase in teacher turnover in Head Start. Elementary schools know where to go when they need to find teachers in their communities. And we've even seen, now that the pandemic has hit and really fundamentally changed the labor market, now we see that retail, food service, it's paying more than Head Start. So we've seen that our turnover rates are going even higher, reaching the highest level we've ever seen them. Unfortunately, we've seen child safety incidents increase in Head Start. We have seen the number of teachers who don't have the qualifications that they are supposed to have dip. So we're losing ground in that front. So we really have reached a crescendo in this conversation where we have vacant slots in Head Start because programs can't hire teachers at the current wages they're paying in order to open those classrooms and bring children in. So what we proposed in November in Head Start is it's again a proposed regulation that would require Head Start programs to benchmark to preschool teachers in public schools and provide benefits. It is a proposed rule. We got 1,300 comments. We are reviewing those. We will issue a final rule. But it's a really important inflection point for Head Start, and I think touches on a lot of the themes that we've been talking about, where we really need to invest in quality early education, and we need to acknowledge that that comes with higher wages for our workforce so we can recruit and retain teachers who can provide that high quality experience that's so important, especially for children who would not otherwise have that opportunity.
Fantastic. Thank you. I want to save a little bit of room for a lightning round if we have time, but I do want to open it up to the audience here. If there are folks who have questions here, we will have a microphone that's being distributed. We'd love to hear from you. Anyone? Anyone? Okay. Well,
We have a question from online, actually.
Okay.
Yes. So one of our viewers is pointing out that there are much higher graduation rates for student parents who have access to healthcare on their childcare on their college campus through the C Campus program, and asks, what can colleges and states do to amplify childcare opportunities for student parents so they remain on the path to the middle class and beyond?
It's a fantastic question. I will first just remark that we're so proud to have grown the C Campus program to reach additional families in need enrolled in our colleges. And we're working to both expand the funding in that program to existing grantees, but also to be able to be a partner with other institutions in supporting that effort. It's part of a bigger commitment that we need, that I talked about a little bit earlier, around how we're supporting the whole learner in higher education. We need those holistic supports because our traditional student in higher education is now often balancing work with home, maybe suffering from food insecurity or challenges with transportation or childcare costs, or caring for an elderly family member. And so, we brought folks together last week here to talk about some of the challenges we're seeing in mental health on our college campuses. We have over half of our young people on college campuses that are reporting depression and anxiety and symptoms of mental health. Our Surgeon General has documented that well as a crisis point. So we have to do more to provide and attune to those holistic supports for all of our students on college campuses. And we know that that's critical to their ability to continue on their journey to earn that degree. If we don't attend to those supports, they're more likely to drop out. They're less likely to be able to maintain a GPA and attain that degree that they need.
I would also add too that it shouldn't be that if you're lucky enough to go to a community college where they have childcare, you get it. Or if you're lucky enough to be one of the 1 in 7 families that gets a childcare subsidy, you get it, which is really why this administration is looking at a holistic approach to childcare that would guarantee access to help paying for childcare that would build a supply of childcare. And I think it also highlights that we pay for it one way or another. So we can decide to invest in childcare and build out a system that works for children, that supports parents, that supports childcare providers and the women who do this work. Or we can pay for it by, when we lose a student who doesn't complete their degree or credential, that's a sunk cost. We don't get to realize the benefit of that. When a parent can't work because they don't have childcare, we are paying for it. So instead of paying for the lost opportunity, we could invest in childcare, build out a system, and not have so many families whose education or whose financial situation is disrupted.
Thank you so much. Saritha Robinson. I'm with All Our Kin. We focus on family childcare. So I have a specific question related to family childcare. One of the things you mentioned, Mary, was around apprenticeships, as well as thinking about like education pathways. And I'd love for you to speak to some more ways to support family childcare within that space, because oftentimes the supports available are more available for center-based educators.
Thank you for that question. I am going to say I am not an expert on the childcare system, family-based versus center-based, so I probably will not be able to say much about it. I'm looking at others might have more to say. What I would say though is, again, that there are there are strategies, I mean, we've seen it in Washington with home health aides, and we've seen it in California with family childcare providers, where again, through their unions, they have these employment and training funds, or these education and training funds, and these education and training benefits, often working in conjunction with community colleges, that really do create very convenient and accessible opportunities for these workers. Again, these home healthcare workers in Washington State, just have access to a tremendous education and training fund. And from what I've heard from folks there, from the labor management partnership that manages that, education and training is one of the things that home health aides most want, again, because they feel very isolated. I would imagine the same would be true for home-based childcare providers. But again, that takes a structure, it takes representation, it takes a collectively bargained agreements with state in order to get those funds. So would love to see more of that in more states, but others might have more.
Well, just to say, I agree with everything that you just said, but in Maryland, we do have dedicated funding for these purposes, and our University of Maryland has an apprenticeship program for early childhood education. I do really just want to echo what Katie was saying earlier, that the greatest training programs in the world, but if at the end of the program there isn't a livable wage, it's just not going to work. The economics don't work. But I do think apprenticeship programs are very important in the early childhood education space, but also very proud of the work on the federal level that the Biden-Harris administration has done with respect to teacher apprenticeships. Because I think by structuring these programs as apprenticeship models, people can earn a living while they're going through the program, which really helps in terms of ensuring the diversity of the workforce and making sure that we have people living in communities, being able to stay in those communities, either as early childhood educators or K-12 educators. So that's a real area of focus for us in Maryland, and something that's a high priority for the governor, as well as how do we improve the pipeline to teaching, whether that's in the early childhood space or the K-12 space, making sure that those are good jobs at the end of the training system, but that we're building a diverse workforce at the same time.
Great stuff. I do have one last question for our panelists, if there isn't anything else. Okay, we've got one in the back. Great. And if you could just state your name and your affiliation for us too.
Sure. Lakeisha Steele. I am the Vice President of Policy at the Collaborative for Academic and Social Emotional Learning, alum of the Biden-Harris administration. Roberto, you hit on this in your question when you discuss how there's a tremendous focus around the fiscal cliff. And there is very little attention in the media around the fact that states have been running budget surpluses in their state budgets for the last 3 years. And we know that this is very different from what happened after the Great Recession. And so I'm wondering, especially having Carmel on the stage, how we can have a conversation about how states are actually using ARA as an opportunity to drive more investment in our education system, particularly at a time when we need it most, and when there's very, very little coverage around why this unprecedented investment actually really mattered in education, and how it actually can inspire just a new generation of change in the way in which we're thinking about funding in our education system.
Yeah, thank you so much for that comment and the question. And I feel like, we got to be clear about the fact that this investment was both essential in helping to fuel the recovery, but also helped broaden the playbook by which we think about addressing some of these challenges, help broaden the playbook to support new ideas around how we prepare and elevate our teacher workforce, as Carmel mentioned, and apprenticeships now across 30 states, a learn and earn model to help address some of the teacher shortages that we're seeing across the country. New opportunities to, we haven't talked as much about this this morning yet, but to address the mental health needs of our students in schools, which were front and center for our parents, right? This idea around how we support the social and emotional and well-being of our kids. And we fortunately have, alongside the ARP, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which has enabled $1 billion for our states to be able to put those dollars into practice to provide safe, supportive, inclusive learning environments and mental health supports for our students. So, met the need, of the moment with respect to the pandemic, broaden the playbook in terms of interventions. And the key now is how do we continue that effort and continue that momentum? And, make no mistake, it is time for states to step up, right? I think that was part of what was behind your comment. It's time for states to really invest and call for the investments and resources like Maryland has done to say, we have an ambitious plan to continue the momentum here. And so we're hopeful that will continue to take place. We are urging states to invest more, not less, in their system, particularly at such a consequential time. And I'll also note the administration of the ARP, thanks to the framing of some of the maintenance of equity and effort requirements, enabled us at the department to be able to, through maintenance of equity, maintain dollars in the schools and classrooms where they're needed most. Almost $800 million over the last 2 years through MOEQ. Those are state level dollars that we want to keep in those classrooms while we're investing that infusion of ARP dollars. So, we are deeply committed to making sure that our communities continue to receive those resources and continuing to call for, I think, historic budgets with Congress to continue some of the investment in our formula programs and our Title I program and our Title III program, and supporting over almost $3 billion to support building and developing and retaining a great teaching workforce in our schools.
Yeah, I agree with everything Roberto said. We in Maryland are stepping up. Governor Westmore is definitely stepping up. We're facing, though, in part because of the historic commitments to the education system, which I hope you got a sense of today. I mean, it's early childhood investments, it's investments in our teaching workforce, it's investments in that connectivity between high school and college and career readiness. And we have $100 million investment in behavioral health services specifically directed towards children and school-age children. So I think we've got a plan for a holistic approach to opportunity in Maryland. But unlike many states, we are not facing a surplus. We are facing a structural deficit. The governor has made tough choices to ensure that things like the ambitious increased funding for childcare and for the blueprint and K-12 education have been protected, but we do need federal partnership. So, for most of my career, my role has been to ask states to step up, but now my role is to ask the federal government to step up. So I'm hopeful that we couldn't have better champions in President Biden and Vice President Harris. So really hopeful that we'll be able to have continued leadership at the federal level, and we'll try to say in a C3 way that we have a Congress to back their play and their vision in this space. So, but we clearly face challenges in our state, in part because we are being so ambitious, and the people of Maryland are, opening up their pocketbooks to support the governor's vision. But we will need partnership at the federal level.
I will also just say quickly that it is very difficult in the early childhood space for states to exist in this feast or famine cycle. They need sustained investment. And while states spent their ARP childcare dollars very quickly, there were 225,000 childcare providers who got those funds, many of whom would have had to close their doors if not for the federal investment. States need to build out early childhood systems, and it's hard to do that with one-time funding. So that's why we really have leaned into that sustained investment so that states can be strategic, knowing that they have to balance their budgets every year. But we need to give them, I think the federal government owes it to states too, to give them that consistency so they can do what Maryland has done and make their long-term plans, not having a pot of money one year that has to be spent within 3 years and then you don't know when it's going to come again.
Just one more point, Juan, if I could. I do think, just to end on a positive note, I think that lots of terrible things happen because of the pandemic, and we all wish it never happened. But I do think something, as we think about reset, reframe, and reform, and think about how to create a less polarized political conversation around education, I think that the pandemic did help bring home to voters, to people in America, just how important the early childhood system is to their lives, just how important their students' teachers are to their children, not just so they can hit reading benchmarks, but because of social emotional benefits that they get from going to school. So I would like to think that, as we move forward in this country from a political standpoint, I do think that we need to capitalize on that to make the case for increased investments in these spaces and spend our time talking about that and not talking about fear mongering and otherism, which has from some people in our political debate have really tried to drive the conversation there. But I think the average American doesn't want to be there. They want to be talking about the issues we're talking about today.
I think that's a great place to wrap things up. Folks, please join me in thanking this outstanding panel.
I want to thank our panel again for their insights. Thank you so much for the conversation. Speaking of opportunity, we're going to take this opportunity for a 5-minute break. Short 5-minute break. You won't be back here for the conversation to come. So thank you all so much. Restrooms are just behind the event center. So if you go out to the store and make a left, please follow the signs, and we'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I might have to channel a public school teacher and say, 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate you for reconvening for our next conversation to explore the connection between education and democracy. For that conversation, we are joined by Becky Pringle, President of the National Education Association, and our very own Patrick Gaspard, President and CEO of the Center for American Progress. However, before that conversation, I want to invite Patrick up to give some extemporaneous remarks. Patrick?
Thank you so very much, Jared, for your leadership in organizing what's been an impressive convening. I want to thank the close to 1,000 viewers that we have online for this program. I want to thank my dear friend, my big sister, NEA President Becky Pringle, for joining me in conversation here. Jared said that I would deliver some extemporaneous remarks, but we're always a little bit more planned than that here at CAP. I actually want to read a tweet that that President Pringle put out yesterday. President Pringle, you wrote yesterday, on campuses and throughout society, as educators, we have a moral imperative to teach about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, to support Jewish and Muslim communities, to create space for these conversations and drive meaningful change. I think that's just a perfect and such a simple and succinct encapsulation of the challenge that we're faced with, but also the very real opportunity that's in front of us. There's a phrase that is overused and has become trite, but that I think is apt here, which is that there are some moments that are actual teachable moments for us in history, in our society, and this happens to be one of them. The right to free speech and the right to safety are both load-bearing pillars in our democracy. The right to free speech and the right to safety are both load-bearing pillars of our democracy. We have a responsibility as leaders, as policymakers, as activists to stand up both of those pillars equally on behalf of everyone in our communities. I happen to be somebody who, as a young person, spent a fair amount of time on the campus of Columbia University. They have a lot of my parents' money, and they got, for that, a lot of activism for me. I spent my time in pitched tents on the campus at Columbia. I participated in acts of civil disobedience on campus and off campus. It was during the end stage of the anti-apartheid movement and apartheid in South Africa. And I understood as a young activist that there was a real difference between protests, a difference between civil disobedience, and of course, a difference between all of that and riotous activity. And I knew that as an activist, when I decided that I was going to participate in acts of civil disobedience, I put my body on a line. That came with consequences, that came with a kind of obligation in how I prepared myself to be received by law enforcement when I was engaged in civil disobedience. But I also understood that it came with real responsibility and obligations that my institution had as well to protect me as a civil disobedient activist, and responsibility the broader city and community that I was in also had to bear in that moment. I want to be really clear that there is we have to be discerning. We have to appreciate that this is a nation that was founded on many acts of civil disobedience, and a nation that ultimately was made whole as a result of protest and disobedience, and truly became a functioning participatory democracy because of the way those tools were used on behalf of those who have been previously marginalized. The young people who are on college campuses across this country, the overwhelming majority of them, including my daughter, who's a student at my alma mater, they are attempting to speak out on behalf of those who in their reading of history are marginalized, are vulnerable, are victims, and they feel, irrespective of how one may feel about the politics of this, they feel as if their own government has a role to play and is in some respects complicit in the vulnerability and the harm that people across the world are experiencing, specifically in Gaza and in the West Bank. On our campuses, we have a responsibility to protect academic freedom, to protect free speech, but we also have the responsibility to protect the safety of all. Free speech is bedrock. It's essential, but so is the need for all of us to speak out against hate and to speak out against hate speech. There's no space and place on our campuses for anti-Semitism, for Islamophobia, for attacks against Arabs, attacks against Israelis, attacks against Palestinians. There's no place for it on our campuses, and there's no place for it in the United States of America. But there is a place for interrogation. There's a place properly for protest and provocation in our advocacy that has to be respected, appreciated, and it has to be met. I would implore the administrators of our universities and our colleges to engage with young people on the questions that they're asking, on the set of demands that they are making, engage with them in thoughtful debate. I think it's terrible for, and I'm intentionally calling out an administrator, I think it's terrible for the president of a university to stand in front of his student body and to have that student body ask him some pointed questions about his perception of the conflict in Israel and Gaza, and for that president to say to his students, I'm not going to answer that question. That is literally the job of an educator, a job of a college president. We have to engage. We have to enable young people to take up their full agency and their full voice. And I really want to implore the Department of Education to step forward and to use its own leverage, its own leadership in this moment, to put out a set of principles and protocols establishing what academic freedom looks like, establishing what free speech needs to look like in the pursuit of the aims of young people, and to make it clear what the relationship ought to be between college administrators and law enforcement in spaces that many of us see as absolutely sacred. So this is not a defense for law breaking. There ought to be accountability for law breaking, but it is a pushback against some of the narrative that we're seeing about what the purpose of these demonstrations are. The mischaracterizations that we're seeing of the courageous, sometimes spirited young people who are on campuses from Columbia to UCLA. And lastly, it is also a challenge to our news media that will itself not engage in actual dialogue with young people, but will be quick to go and overexpose and overproduce the same loop tape that they hope will go viral about some moment of conflict instead of moments of thoughtful engagement that are happening across this country and moments that will enable all of us to grow the next generation of thoughtful leaders in Washington, D.C. and in our state capitals. You will forgive me, President Pringle, for kind of filibustering a little bit at the top of this conversation and for using your own words as a framing mechanism. But I always find you to be thoughtful, and when something is happening in the world that has me a little unsettled, I will often go to President Pringle's Twitter feed. I still call it Twitter, to see what she's saying and to use that as a kind of compass to set my own trajectory. So thank you for kind of bearing with me here. And President Pringle, I hope that you will join me in some conversation about all of this. You're smoothing. Good. My president. So, I was giving you, I was ribbing you a little bit in the green room because I come up from the ranks of the Service Employees International Union. If you know anything about SEIU, we're the folks who show up in purple all the time. And when the president of the ADA rocked up in her purple, I knew that we were in deep solidarity. So So welcome to the Center for American Progress. Thank you so much for joining our summit. I suspect that you may have a thing or two to say in follow-up to the points that I just made on the podium, and I would love to give you the space to do that.
So first of all, Patrick, thank you. And what a privilege and an honor for the Center for American Progress in this moment to have a president and CEO that is so passionate and is so principled and is so purposeful in his message, in his work, in his advocacy, in his partnerships. And I am so incredibly grateful, and I will say blessed that I get to lead in this moment with you. So let's give it up for this young man. You know, you don't get to choose the moment what's happening in the moment that you're leading. But this is what I know to be true. That as an educator, I taught middle school science for over 30 years. And then, and as an activist throughout that time, before and after that time. And now as the president of NEA, this is what I know to be true. That you can't, and honestly, you shouldn't want to do this work alone. And so as we are all wrestling with this moment, and not only trying to make sense of it, but I'll tell you as an educator, the daughter of a history teacher who tried to teach me a lot of the history of the conflict that's happening right now, that we have to make a commitment to our own continuous learning. And it's one of the things I appreciate about you, Patrick, when we're in those spaces together. You know, it's all I can see you pushing yourself. And I can see the wheels grinding. You're thinking deeply about it, and you're sharing ideas and articles with us and all of that. And as protests began to rise up across the country, we talked again, because here we were in yet another part of what I know will be a long journey. With our students rising up all over the country. And he had a similar reaction to me. Well, I came from that. I did that. I did that myself. So that's not only, you know, ingrained in what I believe are the ideals and the principles upon which our country is founded, but that was me. And so when I witnessed some of the reactions to it, as I said, my dad was a teacher, and he always said this, and you've heard this before too, you know, if you don't know your history, you're going to repeat it. And we did. We repeated it. We didn't learn, or the people who were in positions of power didn't know, but here we are. I really like the way you said that. I have been saying that students have a right to protest, and they have a right to be safe. And I mean that when I use the word safety, I mean that in every way, physically safe, of course. And they have the right to be safe in spaces where they're not subjected to hate, rhetoric or actions. And I like that, you know, you apologize for speaking, but see, whenever people speak and I'm writing, I got a lot of writing, and I feel like I do tell people, you know,
You're such a teacher.
I know. So I do feel like I have to tell people, you know, in full disclosure, that I grew up in a small Black Baptist church in Philly. And it was the tradition of the minister, you know, to, you know, the first time he said something in his sermon, he would give somebody credit by name, The second time he would say, well, I heard somebody say. Now, by the third time, he was just saying it like he always said it. So I always like to tell when I write stuff down to people say, I always like to tell them that. So I'm telling you now. So when you see it again and your name's not with it, I have witnesses. I told you about that. So that's how I've been saying it. But I like the way you said that. That really struck me powerfully that you said that right to free speech and academic freedom and as well as the right to being safe are load-bearing pillars. That's a powerful a picture of what is true and what we all have to fight for. And as we continue to navigate, yeah, we have to navigate it, but I try not to start there. Sounds like navigate and manage. No. As we continue to advance our core values and fight for what we know is right, as the world is in turmoil, that we know that if we ground ourselves in that we may make mistakes here and there, but we'll keep moving toward that North Star that we've set for ourselves. So I was saying to Patrick earlier, for me as an educator and understanding that one of my values is continuous learning, and teaching, that our students on our college campuses, when I was the one out there leading the protests, and also love the way you went from protests to civil disobedience to riotous action, and we need to be clear on what it is and what we're doing, those of us who are participating. But I relied on my elders as a student leader in protests to help me learn and understand as we were organizing those protests, understand what our core message was and understand that there were going to be fringes pulling us away from that, but how to pivot back to it. What we were going to do when this happened or somebody else threatened to take over the movement that we started, or when the news doesn't pay any attention to what we were talking about, but what happened here. And they helped us understand and learn strategies so that we could stay focused on what we were protesting. It always makes me smile, honestly, when I see students rising up and finding their voice and their power, because we know how many movements were grounded in students doing that. And in this moment, because we're dealing with so much hatred and rhetoric that leads to violence, we have to be ever ready to assist, whether you're in a position of power or whether you're students who are lifting their voices.
President Pringle, can you ground us in your theory of the case on education? I've heard you say that education is a foundation of democracy. We live at a time of profound misinformation and disinformation online. Half of American adults cannot name the 3 branches of government. How are you thinking about the role of education, the practice of continuous learning, and what it means to invest properly in civic education to be able to meet moments like this?
There are so many things about
I tried to get 3 questions for the price of 1.
I know, yeah, and I try to answer whatever I want to. Anyway, yeah, there are so many things about saying it's 2024 and I'm living in this body and the things that I've been through decades, and to see what's happening in this moment. And it is oftentimes, it's painful. Sometimes it's demoralizing. Sometimes it's angering. And always I get back to, you've heard this before, every generation has to fight for its own freedom. And so that pulls me back. Okay, Becky, doesn't matter if it's 2024, you still have to fight for a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. You still have to fight to tear down those structural institutions within America that are in every single social space in this country, you still have to fight for children like yours who are LGBTQ plus. You still have to fight for those things. Getting marriage equality didn't stop that. It was important for me as a parent, but we still had to fight. We had to still fight. I have those fights. And so I always go back to where I ground myself. And I think, don't disagree with me out loud. I think public education is the core of everything. It's the core of everything. If we don't have an educated citizenry, then we can't have a democracy. We don't have people who can think critically or problem solve collaboratively. We don't have that. And so what you've heard me say is that we have to lead a movement to reclaim public education as a common good, as the foundation of this or any democracy. But here's the thing. We can't stop there because our public system and public education in this country was not designed to educate people who look like me. And so we have to continue beyond that claiming. And we have to actually transform it into a racially and socially just and equitable system that prepares every student, everyone to succeed in a diverse and interdependent world. That is the only way we will have a democracy. That's the only way we will strengthen and make better a democracy focused on living up to its promise. It is the only way. And so for me, at the NEA, we have, we've been doing this work. We've elevated it to a campaign. Those of you in the room know what that means. Big R resources, money, time, people, to promote public education as the common good that I talked about, to protect it from all the things we know that are going on, and I'm sure you asked me something about that. And then this third pillar of that has to be strengthened. And that has to go right alongside, because it can't be what it is if we actually mean every student.
Well, I'm gonna challenge you to go deep into your toolkit right now. You talked about public education as a central pillar, but we all know that non-white districts in America receive $23 billion less in funding than their white counterpart school districts. We also know that it's the case that right now in this moment, 30 states plus Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico are allotting public dollars for individuals to send their children to private schools, right? So when you lay out, and the teachers here know what you're talking about, but I want everybody to know what you mean. When you lay out money, time, people, when you're thinking about your toolkit and how you're using the resources, the assets of your extraordinary leader teachers in community, how are you taking up advocacy and public campaigns to counter this asymmetry in funding for non-white districts and the challenge of our public tax dollars, our resources going to fund private education in a way that destabilizes that public school pillar that you described?
So I think about it this way, breaking it up to get at your question into three parts. So education, because everything's about that, education, advocacy, and activism. So we at the NEA, even though we have educators all over this country who can tell real stories about real students and families, and real educators who have dedicated their lives to educating America's students that can tell those stories. We need to strengthen that muscle, that storytelling muscle, in a way that is steeped in the strategies that we know about telling stories. At the core of organizing, this, Marshall Gans and right, or story of self, story of us, story of now, and helping our educators understand the power they have and how to use those stories in that way, that even in the storytelling they are organizing, right? And so we have dedicated resources to training them to tell their stories in a powerful way. But they can't just tell their stories. They have to learn and develop tools for advocacy, so that we are training them to be in spaces, and right now, and we're partnering to do that, in public school strong. We have this latent majority in this country who believe in our public schools. Almost 90% of our students are in public schools. They're not in private schools. And all the vouchers, all the voucherizing and the privatizing and the Educator stuff.
The
I'm sorry.
Educators. I never heard that one.
All
We're gonna
that
put that on
stuff.
a T-shirt.
Yeah, I think I quoted somebody on that one time, and now I don't think you heard their name come out. But all of that's happening. Our teachers and our education support professionals, and our faculty, they have to know about that and be trained in that, and then they have to be advocates. And so as we think about being an advocate, there are very specific strategies around that. I have educators who, when I say, okay, you need to show up at the school board meeting. And there are very different levels of that, just like different levels that you laid out. Just show up. Just be there. Put some T-shirts on. Let them know you're there. You don't have to say anything, but just be there. And then the next step, sign up and speak. And then the next step, find like-minded people and go back and bring them with you next time. And the last one is activism. I could go on and on about this, but I'll continue that thread, right? So if the people who are elected to those positions and they're not providing the funding you need to provide your students with what they need when they need it, they gotta go. They gotta go. So you have to do one of two things. You have to find somebody to run for that position and support a campaign, or you need to run yourself. Now, Patrick, I think we're around friends, right? This is a friendly, and we're not like taping this or anything, are we?
I promise not to tweet whatever you
I feel like I'm among friends who have to tell you my secret plan, but don't tell anybody. My plan, Patrick, is for educators to take over the world. It's my plan.
All right. All righty.
And as part of that plan, we have developed a See Educators Run program.
You so radical.
And we are training educators. We had to turn some away this year because we just didn't have enough. I'm saying that out loud, NEA, I need more resources. And we are training them to run for everything from school board all the way up to Congress. We'll be working on beyond that.
That's
That's what we're doing.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. I think I can second that plan. So we need that plan to be mobilized in the world. Now, you did so much work with your response to that question, and of course, no good deed goes unpunished, because that just conjures up so many other questions for me. And you slipped in a reference to Marshall Gans. I was also trained by Marshall Gans in the power of story in organizing a long time ago. And so I'm going to like kind of impress upon you the need to use a Marshall Gans technique in responding to my next question to you, right? So we're in a moment in America where we're seeing a really aggressive attack by extremists who are in state legislatures, who are in governor's mansions and who are on school boards who are working to ban books, to alter curriculum, who are taking people like Toni Morrison and James Baldwin and Judy Blume off of our bookshelves. This moment requires a robust response, I think, from places like Center for American Progress and from NEA. I wonder how you are taking up specifically this challenge that we're getting with censorship in our curriculum and what our young people can learn right now about the diversity, the pluralism of America. How are you taking up that challenge? And I'm going to challenge you in a Marshall Gantz way, if you could respond by telling us a little bit about your own story and what's compelled you to this work, and what through your own personal experience tells you that it's important for those young people to be exposed to James Baldwin, to Toni Morrison, to Judy Blume, et cetera, et cetera.
How much time do we have? I did allude to how many decades I've been on the earth. So I shared with you that my dad was a history teacher. I grew up in Philly, and I born and raised and went to Philadelphia Public Schools. My dad taught in the Philadelphia Public Schools. And he realized as a teacher that the curriculum did not include much, if anything, about his heritage and his, a journey in this country. And so he took it upon himself to teach that. So he had his own curriculum. And by the way, he made us learn that curriculum at home. Now, I did say I was a science teacher. I really hated history. But my father was of a certain generation. So when he said, "Sit down, Rebecca."
Rebecca.
I know, that's what you call me when it's really mad or very serious. "Sit down. You're going to listen to this. You are going to learn about the Harlem Renaissance, and you're going to learn about the real reason the Civil War was fought. You're going to learn about Reconstruction and Jim Crow. You're going to learn about authors and writers and artists and all of that." And we did at History Girls. And so I was steeped in that in my own home. And as I went off to college at the time, it was I don't really know why I hesitate to say years. I don't know. When I headed off to college.
Happy 30th birthday, President.
Okay, they clearly can't add when I say this. You know, when I was in when I headed off to college in our early 70s, I had already begun my activism at my high school, challenging our school, public school at the time, to establish a Black Studies department. And when I went off to the University of Pittsburgh, I entered in. I was privileged in that I entered into that space where I had students ahead of me who had already fought to establish a Black Studies department. But when I came on campus, we believed, the students believed we were losing our power to impact what it looked like and who would teach and what we would be taught. And so that became the struggle for the students who entered with me. And I can remember that I also believed strongly that because the people who came before me fought for this to exist, that I needed to major in Black Studies, which I did. As I was studying to become a teacher, so I had a double major. And so that's how I went through my college years. So when I became a teacher, we're from a union family. You join the union or else. Did I say we're from Philly? Yeah, that was, that's not even a question. That's not even a question, right? So, of course, I joined my union when my husband took me kicking and screaming from Philadelphia to our state capital, Harrisburg. Don't get me started. That's another conversation over cocktails. Anyway, it's where I ended up raising my kids, and it's where I ended up getting involved in the union. But I had young kids at the time, so I wasn't trying to be doing other things other than raising them. But I kept seeing the disparate representation of Black students in AP courses, and or not even AP courses, in advanced science courses. That's mine. As a middle school, my goal was to get them to love science so much that when they got to high school and they only had to take 2 courses in Pennsylvania, you only had to take 2 science courses, that they would take science every single year. And I checked, I'm like, I'm data. So I'm finding out, because did I do, that was my goal. And so I had to measure and see if that was working. And what I realized is that my Black students didn't have access to higher level science courses. And then I dug in math courses. And so I said, that's not okay. I got to do something about that. And I got a colleague to work with me, a math teacher. So science and math together. And we started at middle school, and we started a program, the Math Science Challenge, for Black students to get them ready and get them prepared. And so the local president at the time asked me to speak up about the quality of education in our state, in our school, and the funding. They wanted to put 33 kids in my son's class. Did I tell you I lived in my district? And I spoke up before God and the Channel 6 News and said, this superintendent is terrible and that. And the local president said, Becky, she came to me and she said, Becky, you need to be involved in the union, because we're going to need to save your job right now. And you got a really big mouth. And I'm like, hey, kid. And she said, what do you want to do? Talk about, find people, meet them where they are, find their passion. And of course, my passion and what I'd always done is fought for racial justice. And so I told her about that, and that I, was starting this program. She said, let's bring that inside the union. Let's have that be union work. And that's the first step into my unionism, is through that racial justice pillar. And so that guides everything I do to this day, that it was my union who found my passion and directed me on this path. So as I'm watching all this happen, from my father to what I just said, for me in this role now, we must speak up and we must act. We have to change those policies where books are being banned about how you do your hair. Really? We have to stand up to attempts to constrict the curriculum, and we've got to enrich it in ways that it does provide those windows and mirrors for all of our students so they can see themselves and others. And so that is the path we've been on. And I get to travel all over this country now. And I have to tell you, I'm so proud of what our teachers and our support staff are doing to stand up in this moment and say no. And what I love about this, and this is really important, you can't just say no, because no's not a vision. You're stopping bad stuff. You have to be clear about what our students need, and you have to fight for that. So we have to have policies at every level that widen our curriculum, that diversify our profession. That's another panel, or maybe not, that provide opportunities for every one of our students to learn in a way that in a joyous and just way that prepares them to be the leaders of the just society we want.
No is not a vision. I'm going to start using that in staff meetings and, conversations with my COO. I've been really greedy and selfish, and I've kept you to myself here. I'm pretending nobody is really in the room. It's just you and I chatting. But I do want to invite in a few questions from the audience, President Pringle. But before I do that, I'm going to ask you a question for a quick response to give people a chance to think up their questions. You just said some really inspiring things about being an educator, being a teacher, but we know that right now, I believe there's a teacher shortage of about 50,000 across the country, and then there's another 300,000 educators who are serving, but who have not yet made the decision to get their full accreditation. We have survey after survey demonstrating that teachers, when asked if they would recommend the profession to others, are not encouraged and enthused to do so because of all the challenges that exist right now in America for educators. What do we need to do to recruit the next generation of outstanding teachers like you in this country? How can all of us be supportive of that? I'll take a brief response from you on that, President Pringle, and then let's get a couple of questions queued up.
And by brief, you mean take as long as I want. Okay, I'm gonna try. So, not you think there's a shortage, there is a shortage. And I've been calling it a 5-alarm crisis in this country. NEA did a survey and we found that 55% of our current educators were planning, not thinking, planning on leaving the profession. And when we dug into those numbers, Patrick, because we're very concerned about the diversity or lack thereof, we found that 62% of our Black educators were planning on leaving the profession. And I mention that because one of the things we talk a lot about the recruitment of educators, and that's really important. But I challenge you to read Dr. Ivy Tolson's work, incredible researcher who helped us, the NEA, shift how we talk about it, because we can't only talk about recruiting. When we talk to Black educators in particular, they talk about leaving. And so the disparate number of Black teachers and other teachers of color who leave is a huge issue for us. And so we dig into that. So and we have information about the why. So that's what we're focused on, that why. If you think that people are going to come into this profession and stay in it, and we're still sitting, oh, by the way, I know this was supposed to be short, but I need to give this plug. So NEA just released our estimates, rankings and estimates report. You got to go to NEA.org. You'll find it, where you're seeing that while we're seeing increases in teacher and education support professional and higher education faculty, we're seeing increases because we've been fighting hard to get those increases, bargaining at the table, marching on capitals and all that. We have not yet caught up with 10 years ago. And so when you look at it overall and account for inflation, we actually are making less. So the fact that the wage income gap now for teachers is 26.4, that is up from 25% just last year. That we're going in the wrong direction. That means that other professions that are similarly situated in education and experience, teachers make 26.4% less. That's not okay. So no. And you talked a little bit about the respect, the fact that we're the only profession where people in positions of power who never stepped a foot in our classrooms are deciding what we should be teaching and our students should be learning. What profession allows for that? None. Respect for us as professionals to make teaching and learning decisions for our students. And then lastly, I will say this. We can talk a lot about the pandemic and its impact, but the pandemic affected us all. It's affecting us all. The light is shining on students and saying, we got to make up this gap and and all of these things. And all those things are true. But if we do not treat our students as the whole humans they are, we are not only not going to make up that gap, the gap is going to get wider. Our entire society was impacted with trauma from that pandemic. And let's add to that the racial reckoning. I don't like using that word because I don't think we reckon with anything. But anyway, but all that was happening for our students. But it wasn't just them. It was their families and their communities. And so the mental health of our students, high on the list for educators, because as always, they were expected to stand in that gap by themselves. No, we have to do this together. We have to understand it's our shared responsibility that when we say every, we mean every, all of us together. So that's how we have to get at both the retention and the recruitment of educators with a focus on educators of color.
We've fallen from the learning gap to the democracy gap. That was all really powerfully said. Do we have any questions from the audience before we close our conversation?
Hi, I'm Sarah Eastep. I'm the Associate Director of the Women's Initiative here at CAP. I'm from Pennsylvania too. I'm from Central Pennsylvania, and both my parents are public educators. My mother was actually texting me about how the NEA helped her get an extra paid day off.
Right.
So, woohoo. But I wanted to ask, how is the NEA and how should we fight back against these state legislators that are putting all of these funds into private and parochial schools and taking them away from public education in places like where I'm from in Central Pennsylvania, where we have these, MAGA Republicans who are trying to do that. What can we do as individuals, I suppose?
First of all, you need to know your power. You need to know it. You have power. And you can make change. So I want you to join our Public School Strong partnership with Race Forward and Heal Together. And that is about making sure that in every single school district, we have at least 3 people who are trained and ready to stand up and fight for and against, for what we want for our kids, the crazy and the stupid that we don't. We want to do both of those things, but it will provide training so you know how to do that. And then secondly, when I started teaching over 30 none of your business years ago and stepped into my first middle school classroom, I didn't have a clue, Patrick. Now, I didn't have a clue about a lot of things because I was a first year teacher, and any teachers out there, you know exactly what I mean. But I didn't have a clue that every decision that was made about my students and my classroom and me as a professional was made by someone who was elected or appointed by somebody who was elected. So then I shifted my thinking and I realized it was my moral obligation and my professional responsibility to be involved in deciding who that was. So if you have a legislature or school board, I don't care, whatever, Congress, you have to be involved in changing that because they are the ones that are making those policies. And by the way, did I say it yet, Mary? We got to win all the things. We got to win all the things. We got to win all the things to save our democracy, all of them.
Amen. We're taking one last question. President Pringle, one last question. Think there's an online question, Billy. We're gonna get that in, and as you respond to this question, I'm gonna then ask you at the end of that response to just close us out with a word of what allyship means to teachers and why all of us need to be in solidarity with your efforts to win all the things. And I'm not going to mention the fact that your Philly 76ers beat my Knicks last night, and I resent all this Pennsylvania love that's going around here. Please.
Yes, from an online participant, what are your thoughts about the education policy plans in Project 2025?
Open my
inside words, outside words, Becky. Here's the thing. You've heard this before. Maya Angelou said it. You all have heard it. When people tell you who they are, believe them. But here's the thing. Project 2025, they wrote it all down now. They've told us what they're going to do. You need to believe that. They do not stand for a democracy, let alone a participatory. No, they do not stand for public education. They do not stand for working people or the right for them to organize and give voice. They do not stand for the rich tapestry of diversity that makes this country special and unique and and powerful. All of that. They don't stand for any of that in Project 25. And they're telling you exactly what they're going to do to rip this country apart, to stoke further division and hate, to marginalize communities even more that are marginalized now, and to take away your fundamental right to vote, to be educated, to be part of this democracy. And I'm going to stop there because the others are inside words. Believe them. Believe them. So I will end with this. Patrick, I try my best never to speak without quoting a banned author. I always do now. Of all the civil rights for which this world has fought and died for 5,000 years, the right to learn is undoubtedly the most fundamental. The freedom to learn has been bought by bitter sacrifice. So whatever you might think about the curtailment of other civil rights, you must fight to the last ditch to keep open the right to learn. W.E.B. Du Bois captures the intense, deep responsibility all of us have to fight for that right. And we cannot do it alone. We have to do it in partnership. We have to take advantage of the brilliance of the room and the resources that we have and must employ to make it so.
All love, praise, and gratitude. Thank you so much.
I want to thank our guests so much for this conversation. Thank you. Ms. Pringle, I hope you know that I'm gonna, credit you with EduVultures the first time. But every time thereafter, I'm just gonna say it was mine. But thank you so much. So we're gonna take a break for lunch right now. Folks, if who are in the room, please go ahead and grab your lunches and head to the breakout rooms that are listed. Feel free to choose from the conversations that you like to attend. We'll have 3 rooms. Also, we'll be reconfiguring this room a little bit just to prepare for the breakout sessions. Those will start at 12:45, but please feel free to grab your lunches. We also know that this is a long and productive day. The work is real. So if you have to step out, please feel free to do so. We have phone booths to the side for conversations, for charging, for anything like that. But just what an amazing and remarkable panel. So thank you again for the conversation. And to our online audience, we'll see you at 12:45 for Funding the Future of Education. Thank you. Everyone, thank you and welcome back. We're going to go ahead and get started. So our next conversation will be dedicated to funding the future of education. For this conversation, I'm joined by Sarah Abernathy, the Executive Director of the Committee for Education Funding, Mark Hulsman, Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Hope Center, and I believe also Senior Fellow with Student Borrower Protections. Is that something like that? Okay. People in these titles, goodness. Ethan Pollack, Senior Director for Policy and Advocacy Practice at Jobs for the Future. Did I get that right, Ethan? Good. Okay, good. Close enough. Philip Tizani, professional staff member for the U.S. House Appropriations Committee Democratic Staff. Simon Workman, principal and co-founder of Prenatal to Five Fiscal Strategies. And I have the privilege of moderating this conversation with such a distinguished panel. So I will join them in just a second here. But thank you all so much. Sarah, while I make my way awkwardly around, I'm just wondering if you can give us some of the backdrop or background for education funding. If you can just tell us about how these systems are actually funded.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me. CEF, the organization I work with, has a lot of information on our website. So if I talk too fast or you want to actually look at something, you can go to cef.org. I think if the U.S. was starting the process of figuring out how to fund education, they would not do it in the way that it does it now. But for pre-K, it is mostly state and local. For K through 12, it's 92% or so state and local funding. Higher ed has a different balance, but the federal government is a pretty small share, but it's really important. And it fills in niches where there's equity issues or where there's issues of need that the federal government is trying to support. But we have this really convoluted way that the president submits a budget request early in the year, and Congress, depending on whether it's the same party as the president or not, says either, thank you very much, we'll look at this, or tosses it out. Some years, the budget committees in the House and Senate put together a budget resolution that has the overall amount of spending and income. Some years, this will be one of them. There's already an existing framework that sets appropriations funding totals. So they will probably they will bypass doing a budget resolution. And then it goes to the committee where Philip works, which is the appropriations committee that takes the total, divides it by 12 different bills, and then program by program decides the funding. And the House and Senate often, especially when they're a divided Congress as they are now, will probably have different priorities in the House versus the Senate. They have to agree on something. It's supposed to all get done by September 30th. It almost never does. Certainly this year in an election year, Congress will not finish that process. So they will extend current funding until after the election. And then based on what has happened, they will make decisions about whether they want to proceed in November and December or push it off into January. But the decisions about the individual programmatic funding levels and the amount of funding for each of the 12 government funding bills are hard fought. And people have different priorities and different ways they want to spend. This is the appropriations, the discretionary funding. It's about a quarter of the total budget. The rest of the budget is entitlement funding, which is something that student loans are funded by, which means that anyone who's eligible and applies gets the funding. Congress doesn't have to decide each year how much to spend. But it's this very convoluted process where states and localities are making decisions based on the income taxes that they get and how much they can spend. The federal government is making decisions. It takes a long time. It doesn't always result with a fast and reflective of public need or desires. I'm happy to talk a little bit about, well, one thing, and then I'll go on. Polling from Navigator a couple months ago showed when they asked that there was broad support for K through 12 and childcare, which is what they asked about funding from both parties, that they supported more funding and they opposed cutting funding. So that's a pretty clear statement of what the public wants, but it doesn't always happen that Congress reflects that because Congress is making really tough decisions about education and other priorities.
want to open that up a little bit. So, I mean, we've got like each system or area of education represented on stage. We've got early childhood, workforce development, well, like really everything. But I think K through 12 will be directing your way, Philip. Also higher education and, also directing all questions your way. I mean, there are like different hallmarks, right, of funding within each system. Like, for instance, higher ed has student loans. That's nowhere else, right? Like we don't have loans. So I mean, maybe folks just maybe take like 30 seconds, just talk about like how your area is funded. We'll get into some specific challenges with that funding a little bit later, but just give people a flavor of how disparate some of these systems are. I think that could really help us ground the conversation. So Mark, why don't we start with you?
Sure, we can start with higher ed. Great to be here. Thanks to CAP for having us. I'm really excited for this conversation. So I think the first thing I'd say about higher ed that makes it unique to some of the other systems is there's no free or compulsory option within higher ed that sort of backstops the systems. And there's also within that, it's highly decentralized, right? There's not one system of higher ed. We have institutions in this country with an incredible variety of missions, roles, folks they serve and enroll. And so, the experiences and missions and visions of community colleges, HBCUs, tribal colleges and other minority serving institutions and open access colleges are very different from, highly resourced institutions that reject the majority of students they enroll. And funding to those institutions and funding within the higher ed system is highly decentralized, particularly when we're talking about public higher ed funding. So it's highly dependent on state funding, and it's highly dependent on state political will to have a robustly funded higher ed system. And it's not particularly responsive to economic conditions always, or it's maybe too responsive to economic conditions, right? Then you see state fiscal outlooks looking terrible, and so higher ed tends to be the second or third largest part of state budgets. So layered on top of that is federal funding for higher ed, which, while there are several grant programs and funding streams to institutions to backstop some of the funding disparities that we see, primarily what we think of as federal higher education funding comes from the Title IV grant and loan programs, right? There is, it is different in kind from some of the other education funding we see. And federal funding tends to chase the cost of college, or chase disinvestment, or the need to invest. It sort of tries to chase it rather than align with it in any meaningful way, or rather than sort of dictate the cost of college at the end of the day. It's probably a somewhat controversial statement, but federal funding is always sort of chasing it, right? So you have the Pell Grant and student loans, while students can borrow up to a certain amount for the cost of their attendance. It's not dictating the cost of attendance, right? It's not dictating, it sort of flows to the students. And so it's highly voucherized at the federal level, and it's sort of chasing these disparities at the state and local level.
Thank you. Also, fun fact, Mark used to be a roommate with someone on the stage. So we're going to play guess, but I also want to drive a wedge between them. So I'll be asking questions about that as well. But before doing so, Philip, why don't you tell us a little bit about the K-12 system and some hallmarks there?
Sure. Thanks, Jared. And I actually think I was asked to be on this panel because Jared used to be my colleague on the Appropriations Committee, and it is physically impossible for him to interview himself. Anything I say, he himself would be capable of offering. So I'll do my best. But so yeah, I mean, Sarah kind of hit on this with the K-12 system, but over 90% of our elementary and secondary schools are funded by state and local revenue sources. And the primary driver of that revenue are property taxes, that individuals in school districts pay. And so this creates a wildly inequitable system across our country. You have, based on where a community is based and who lives in that community, very different amounts that schools are funded at just based on local property taxes. And so, the federal intervention in this space really stems from LBJ's War on Poverty and the legacy of that Great Society legislation, the Elementary Secondary Education Act, the Higher Education Act, was largely designed to have a goal, and it's to say that funding needs to make things a bit more fair around the country. And with elementary and secondary education, we see that through Title I grants, and then later legislation, IDEA, involved a role for the federal government in the education of individuals with disabilities. And so those programs including the Pell Grant, make up the largest amounts of federal funding we on the discretionary side fund every year. And so that funding itself has very particular goals to help children go to school, be able to go to college, make their way through American life. And, the goals of the funding are to just make sure that we're filling gaps and addressing inequities that wouldn't have been addressed otherwise on a state and a local level.
Thank you, Philip. Ethan.
Yeah, so I'm here to talk about kind of the workforce development system, which is not quite as well known as I would say the higher ed system. So a bit of background, this is a federally funded system that funds largely career counseling, job search assistance, occupational training. This is a system that is largely designed to help those that need it most to get the skills necessary in order to get back into the workforce and be able to get a job, preferably a well-paying job. This is a system that's actually, it has some of its roots to actually the New Deal, but was really, I think, more developed in the early 60s, with actually in response to the rise of fears around automation and technological disruption, which of course we don't have any of those today. But so with the advent of AI, you'd think that actually the workforce development system would be even more relevant now, and I'll talk about some of the challenges in subsequent conversation. But just to say that the federal government funds it is largely almost exclusively discretionary funding that goes to states, state workforce agencies. Then it goes from there to the workforce development boards, which are these regional boards that include representatives from a variety of different stakeholder groups, and that those then oversee the thousands of what are called one-stop shops or American job centers that administer a lot of these benefits, as well as then are sometimes there's other benefits like TANF that are sometimes also co-located in those offices as well.
Thank you. Simon.
Thank you. So in terms of early childhood, the federal funding for early childhood is mostly around Head Start, around the Child Care Development Fund, and, generally has focused very much on supporting access to early childhood education for low-income working families, right? So it's really focused on those who are least able to afford it. But, what we have seen is that does not go anywhere near far enough, right? If you were here this morning and heard Katie Ham talking, she talked about only 1 in 7 eligible children even being able to access the subsidies who need it. And so what we've seen is a lot of state and local funding come in to try and fill some of those gaps. But of course, that does lead to huge inequities because it's only certain states and only certain counties or cities that are actually able to start a local pre-K program or have a local childcare subsidy to sort of fill some of those gaps. And what we see in the early childhood system is when you look at all of the funding that is going into supporting early childhood education, about 60% of it is actually private pay, is actually families. So it is families who are paying for most of this system, as opposed to the federal or state or local money that is there, which has, significant implications on who can actually afford to be paying for that, right? And who can actually be able to afford to pay at the level that needs to be paid at in order to pay teachers, right? What they need to be paid at in early childhood programs. But it also has implications on how much power the federal and state money can have in terms of driving policy, right? Because the link between, requirements to have better standards, to have different educational requirements for teachers, if it doesn't come with funding attached to it, right, there is only so little you can do. So having the money being mostly driven by private pay families who are extremely price conscious and price sensitive, even if they want high quality, they can often really not afford it, really has a limited impact as to how much some of the federal policy can have on the changes in the system.
Okay. I'm confused, but thank you, because I think we've got, local, state, federal funding flowing to institutions, also individuals. We've got, lots of different systems like kind of interacting that make up this continuum of education. And then, Philip, you talked a little bit about, some of the purpose of this, I just want you to expand upon like the federal role. Like, should there be a federal role? Depending on how you answer this, we can go home. So, but yeah, I'm curious about like, why do we have appropriations, right? You sit on the appropriations committee, you can have a whole session to that, devoted to that. But yeah, like, should there be a federal role? Why is the federal government like providing this funding?
Well, if for no other reason than to selfishly continue to have a job, I do believe there is a federal role in education funding. No, but I think that, the reason these roles were imagined were in recognition of problems that have not gone away decades later, right? Problems that have existed that were of urgent national concern, during LBJ's administration and persist and have morphed and have changed in ways that have been, in some instances, predictable. We can look at school segregation. We can look at the ways in which across district boundaries, we see wild differences in funding, and funding differences that affect districts where a higher percentage of students of color may attend versus those districts where a lower percentage may attend, whether it's populations of English learners, or any other population that has been overlooked or underserved by our education systems. So these funding streams were designed in part because there's an understanding that left to their own devices, states and districts are not really doing this, out of, the charity of their own hearts. Many are doing good work today to try and remedy some of these imbalances, but by and large, the federal role has never been more urgent in terms of filling some of these gaps. And I would also just say that the federal role, itself can't do all of the urgent work alone because, as Sarah said, we can't start from scratch easily and just say, let's fund this totally differently, elementary and secondary education. We are highly reliant on states and school districts to think about the populations that need the most support and to get funds in those places. So, we have Title I, which is based on concentrations of poverty and which goes in a very progressive way to the places where there are more students with those needs, and schools that get these funds because of Title I have resources to provide additional staff support, tutoring support, services, you name it. English learners through the Title III program under ESEA are going to get formula funding so that dual language programs can get offered at a greater rate than if there weren't a federal role. So the federal role was urgent in the time of LBJ, and post-COVID and beyond will continue to be very important.
Thank you. So before we move into some of the threats and challenges, I'm curious, does anyone want to say a word about kind of how federal funding for education stacks up against other countries?
I do. I came prepared for this. I also, just in thinking about what you were saying, I think part of the issue for the US is that there is now a sense that like everybody should go through K through 12. But, there was still like half-day kindergarten when my son was little in some places. It wasn't considered normal for everyone to go. When I was little a long time ago, not everybody went to kindergarten. Like we now have, our sense of what is normal has changed. My grandpa had a 6th grade education and became a manager at a paper mill. My dad, his son, got a PhD and became a professor. Somewhere in between is what most people do. And we now sort of assume that you kind of need a high school degree, but for a lot of types of jobs, you need further training or further education. And yet our systems have not adapted to assume that everyone should be getting education starting at age 3 through whatever they need to get a job. We still have this sense of like age 6 to age 18 is the public reason to pay. And after that, or before that, maybe it's you personally paying, maybe it's the government, maybe not. Depends where you are. But interestingly enough, so we talked a little before, and I'm often asked, like, well, how does the US compare to other countries for funding? And the answer is it's an apples and orange thing, because you can look, as I did, at the National Center for Education Statistics, one of the Department of Ed's great data sets that talks about percent of GDP, gross percent of the economy that is spent on education for various countries. And the US is actually about average, but it's because it's not mostly the federal government, it's K through 12 and local, whereas a lot of other countries centralize their education funding and it comes from the federal government. So there's not wide varieties depending on whether you're in a Boston suburb or a rural area in Mississippi, just to pick two examples. And interestingly enough, when you look at K through 12 funding, the US is about average in just a percentage of GDP, but for higher ed funding, the government is about average, but the private, in other words, families paying, is way higher than other countries' average, because so much is up to families to pay either through loans or their own pocket to go to college, which is in part why many people don't go to college. So we are different.
And can I just add that
Please,
for workforce development too? It is different than higher ed in that we are massively lagging other countries. So if you look at the OECD database of countries, we are second to last, and this is among 40 something countries. We spend, so the OECD average, and OECD is an organization of largely kind of developed countries, and the OECD average spending for workforce services, what they call kind of active labor market policies, is 6 times what we spend as a share of our economy. And so in order for us to get up to that level of just the average, we'd need to spend an additional $93 billion a year, which is a lot. So we are, in kind of contrast to higher ed, we are spending massive amounts less than a lot of our peer countries.
Did you say 93 billion?
Yeah.
Wow.
To put that in perspective, 93 billion is more than the total for the Department of Ed in terms of appropriations. It's not more than the student loans, but the Department of Ed is about 80 billion. So for all K through 12, higher ed, other programs that they cover. So it would be a lot of money.
Yeah, and if you just, that's just kind of the average. So, for example, Sweden, spends 13 times what we do as a share of their economy. Denmark spends 20 times what we spend. So we are very, very much an outlier in underinvesting in workforce development.
Anyone else want to chime in?
I mean, I have OECD stats as well. Now that you've, that's why I asked.
So,
Like, OECD, I don't know, maybe they're not as good. I mean, the average OECD spending on early childhood is about 0.8% of GDP. We spend about 0.4% of GDP, right? So, and it really is about how do you see the responsibility for paying for this, right? In a lot of these other countries, they see early childhood as a public good. They see it as something that should be funded just like K-12 education. And whether they fund it fully at that level or not, right, is a question, but it's about what is your principle and your value about how you fund it. In this country, that is not historically how we've seen it. And most of that 0.4% is on 4-year-olds, is on 4-year-old pre-K, which is where we have seen in the last couple of decades this like movement to say, oh, 4-year-olds should be part of this system. But actually, all of the brain science, all of the research shows you those early years, the infant and toddlers under 3 is where the critical work happens. So not investing there is really leaving a lot of potential on the table.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to humbly apologize for not having OECD stats in front of me, but I think but Sarah actually covered the higher ed piece of it quite well. I just want to say that the way we fund higher ed, and it just gets back to what Simon was talking about in terms of sort of what we prioritize and who pays and how we fund it. I mean, higher ed and what Sarah was saying about the sort of assumptions undergirding the system about what should be a public good, right? The assumption in the labor market and sort of just general sort of family kitchen table conversations is that higher ed is, and certainly at least 2 years of it is an extension of K-12 at this point, but we do not fund it anywhere near that level of sort of family or societal prioritization. And if you go back to when the Higher Education Act of 1965 was being debated, there was a real live debate about whether the federal funding to higher education should flow to institutions, right, to provide sort of equitable funding to institutions, or whether it should flow to students through a voucher program. Now, the sort of the Pell Grant, voucher model kind of won out, and we've been, living in that system and in that water for a long time. But that also happened when enrollment in higher ed was lower, right? So it has not responded to the growing demand for higher education, particularly among marginalized populations. And so what happened was we didn't fund at the federal level or the state or local level or institutional level, frankly, at the level we needed to meet the demand for higher ed, particularly among populations who had been locked out for decades or forever. And if we did fund it, it was through the loan program, right? So it was on the backs of families and students themselves, which we're sort of seeing the impact of today in many ways.
Thank you. So I want to move the conversation to maybe talk about some of the unique threats or challenges that you all face within each system. And, Mark, what you said actually highlighted something for me, which is just this idea of the Pell Grant and how we have this, voucherized system within higher education, but also a debt finance model. But you don't have like the funding, this is hard not to interview yourself. You're right. Does the funding for the Pell Grant keep pace, with the need?
It does not. And I think that's the funny thing about the Pell Grant is it is durable, right? It has existed for a long time and has remained sort of impervious to deep cuts, right? There are sort of thousands of paper cuts that the Pell Grant program undergoes. But it has not nearly kept pace with the cost of higher ed. So, the most recent data from the College Board, shows something like the Pell Grant covers about, I want to say 27% of the cost of a public four-year college, So you can argue whether or not there should be the word public in the name of that if the funding for it is so insufficient that families are paying are footing most of the bill. So and it's just been on a steady decline for a long time, right? It used to cover half, and sort of as an inception, at its inception, the Pell Grant represented far more than half of the cost of attending public college. So, this is sort of, again, this is the chase that I'm talking about that the federal government is constantly needing to do and gamely trying to do, on an annual basis. But what's stepped into the breach is student loans, right? Which is a fundamentally different financing model, which has deep impacts given the sort of history of racial, gender, and economic exclusion in this country for who struggles to meet that need.
Sarah, are there any challenges that you'd like to highlight?
I think that the big challenge, I was going to try to get through this whole talk without using numbers, but I don't know that I can do that. It's already a challenge for me not to have a chart. But the Department of Education, which is an okay proxy for education funding, it doesn't really cover the early ed and doesn't cover the workforce. But in general, it's the bulk of education funding. For many years, the high water mark in terms of funding was 2011. Which is a long time ago now. And it went down, and then slowly came about even, finally exceeded 2011 in 2018. And the reason it took so long to get back there is because government had hampered itself by putting spending caps in place for 9 years under the Budget Control Act. And they expired in 21. And lo and behold, in 22 and 23, Department of Ed and other education programs got pretty big increases. And now Congress has tied its hands again with the Fiscal Responsibility Act that put caps in place for this last year, 2024, and this coming year. And we've seen that when there are tight caps in place and Congress has to make really difficult decisions, education doesn't win. And I think it's because people look at education and they think, some of it families pay for. A lot of it is state and local, or it's a Benny, not a need. Like college, higher ed, you don't need that. And why they would look at job training in a recession as not needed, I don't know, but that does seem to be what happens. And Congress is going to have the same type of difficult decision this year. Philip may talk more about it, but they set these caps on defense and non-defense, which I'm sure are going to be changed somehow. But then they actually have extra money above the caps they can do, but they have to debate that. And it's very hard to debate that when there's internal divisions and no clear view about whether more spending is better or less spending is better. So it's going to be hard. And education doesn't tend to do well when there's really tight constraints because.
So before we go in the challenges, do you want to say anything about the illusion of caps or like any of the other appropriation secrets you want to share?
Well, and I could probably save us some time because I actually think the foundational challenge we have the federal level are funding caps that are in place. So as Sarah, I think, very well laid out, for fiscal years 2024, that's the fiscal year we're in right now, and fiscal year 2025, the one we're working on in anticipation of October, when that fiscal year arrives, there are statutory caps, like under law, X amount can be spent on defense, X amount can be spent on non-defense, which includes education funding, workforce and early childhood funding. And so our ranking member views caps as cuts. And it's in part because of how these statutory levels are weaponized to really target a lot of our social safety net, a lot of the domestic programs that vulnerable families and communities rely on for basic needs. And so I would say it is a very huge challenge, because probably this entire summit is really clear-eyed about what the needs are when it comes to education funding. This is what we would really do if we wanted to drive equity in our systems. Well, when you have a statutory cap under law of a limit, you're talking about how do we just sustain and preserve what we've already invested in? And as Sarah alluded to, and I'll choose my words carefully, there are sharp disagreements about what you should do when you have a constraint like that. And in the previous fiscal year, even after the Fiscal Responsibility Act was signed into law, and President Biden and House Republicans, reached an accord on a spending level for 24 and 25, we saw House Republicans propose cuts to the Department of Education of 28%, an 80% cut to Title I, which would have meant the equivalent of like 22,000 teachers nationwide getting pink slips, because of what that money would mean. So I would just sort of say the biggest challenge I see is to just not take for granted what we have already because of these caps, which, our ranking member does not view as the right way to do this process, the right way to fund education or any government program.
Ethan Simon, please.
On challenges?
Caps, challenges.
Sure, yeah. So the workforce development system, as I kind of previewed in the international comparison, is massively underfunded, and it's been, the funding's actually been going down in inflation-adjusted terms. It's actually been about a 50% cut over the last 25 years. So that's if you're just looking at kind of like the three main formula programs within WIOA. WIOA is the kind of the main federal workforce authorizing legislation. And that's largely because this is discretionary that we're talking about, right? This is not there's not really any kind of mandatory program in the context of workforce development. There is a kind of small mandatory funding side, but it's largely discretionary. It's largely subject to appropriations every year. And so it's going to suffer, pretty drastically when you do have these types of caps. And even though in the workforce authorizing legislation, the authorizing levels are sometimes set a lot higher, the actual appropriators come in and do not meet those levels. And so again, because this has not been a big political priority, certainly for Republicans, but I think even for Democrats, it is, there's been a lot of other high priorities, that this is one of those that I think sometimes, and I know there's been a lot of champions in Congress for workforce funding, but sometimes I think ends up becoming getting a bit neglected. And so there's been a large decline in funding, and I think a lot of people in the economy's suffered as a result.
Simon.
So I'd say there's three main challenges in this area for early childhood. The first is just the business model of early childhood programs. They are majority small programs, sole proprietorships, right? Privately run programs. The average childcare center in this country serves less than 50 children. And what that means is there is like no margin of error, right? They are economically vulnerable. If there is a downturn in their enrollment, if any funding is cut, right, they have no reserve to weather that, right? And so there is a huge vulnerability there for those programs when funding goes up and down, right? And especially when funding is at the whims of whether a state legislature is going to put more money into the system or whether the federal money is going to come through, which, we have seen some decent increases in the federal money in the last few years, but it still ends up going into, which is the second challenge, which is we have a complex web of funding streams for early childhood, right? If you're a childcare provider, you might be looking at sort of 8, 9, 10 different funding streams that you might be able to access to support your program. The complexity of that, the different requirements you have to meet, the different reporting that you have to do, is extremely burdensome for these providers that are, as I said, serving less than 50 children in many cases, right? And are being run by people who are excellent caregivers, but didn't go to business school, don't have an MBA, right? And not necessarily equipped to be managing that. So, a huge equity piece there of who are the providers that are able to access those 8 funding streams. It's the big providers that are backed by big organizations, right? As opposed to the smaller providers that are often serving our most vulnerable children in our most vulnerable communities. And then I think the third challenge I'd point to is none of those funding streams is sufficient. None of those funding streams actually is funded at a level that covers the real cost, the true cost of high quality early childhood education. We have sort of taken this view of what parents pay for early childhood education is what it costs. That is not the case, right? That is why we have teachers making $12, $13 an hour in early childhood programs, right? Even less in some states. If you actually look at what we should be paying educators, they can make a living wage. The true cost of early childhood education is way beyond what most families can afford and way beyond what any of those funding streams cover. So, you put all those three things together and it makes it a very difficult environment for these businesses to be operating, which is why you're seeing massive numbers of them closing, which has a huge impact then on the ability for families to go to work, for families to go to school, and to really build this pipeline of, to have a pipeline of educators who are working in those fields and to have an economy where, 65% of children under 5 have all available parents in the workforce, right? So those children need care for those people to go to work, right? So it's a huge economic imperative.
It's so interesting because during the pandemic, there was this brief shining moment. There's no good thing about the pandemic, but suddenly everyone recognized that, childcare and early childhood education is vital because without it, parents can't go to work. And Congress realized, despite having spending caps in place, we need to invest way more in education for people to be able to go. We need to give more to schools. We need to give more to colleges. We need to give more to college students who are stuck in a state where they can't get home because their college closed. Like all these things happened. And when there is a political will, Congress can do something. Education funding overall is a tiny 2% of the federal budget. And we're sitting here stressing ourselves, trying to get, there is a chart. I told you, I can't do this without a chart. Like
sorcery was that?
I know. But, this is, not arguing. We aren't arguing. We are agreeing. But Congress argues over like $1 billion more or 100 million more here and there. And it's all decimal dust compared to what the government spends overall. And these investments in education all throughout are so clearly good investments. Investments in early childhood reap huge rewards down the line and there's various studies you can find, whether it's every $1 generates $7 or $17 in benefits overall. There's a great chart that I love from the Department of Labor called Education Pays. If you Google it, you can find it. And it shows that depending on your education, the average pay you get and the average rate of employment are inversely related. So the higher your education up until a master's when it stops being beneficial, your pay goes up and then your employment goes up. So when there's a bad, in a recession, people with lower education get laid off more. There's just such clear returns on these investments, and you just want to shake Congress and say, look, this is the investment you should be making. And that if you invest more now in education along the continuum, the government gets more. It pays less in welfare benefits. It pays less in judicial interactions for people along the line. People are volunteer more. They have better health outcomes. I mean, in so many ways, investments in education pay. It's just finding the money to pay for it.
Mark, did you want to say something for? Okay. I had way too much fun up here. And so we didn't get to our last part really, which was funding the future of education. But maybe before we take some audience questions, if there's time, how do we fix it? How should we be funding, this thing as a whole, and how should we be funding, these disparate parts? Jump in.
I mean, I'll start in the early childhood space. I mean, it's complex, right? I mean, I think the biggest thing that we spend a lot of time talking about is that you need to reform the system, right? That multiple funding streams that I just talked about, they all come together at the provider level. And let's move that burden from the provider level up higher, right? It is state governments, it is federal governments that can manage the blending and braiding all those funding streams much better than the childcare providers, right? Let's make it simpler so that the money we do have can flow in a way that is not burdensome. The second piece is we need a lot more money for this system. We need to be honest about how much it costs. We need to be, as people who work in this space, be honest to Sarah's point about like, this is how much money it is and not be scared of it. When I worked in this field pre-pandemic, asking for $1 billion felt like a big ask. And then in the pandemic, we asked for 4 billion and we were like, ooh, 4 billion. And then we asked for 50 billion. And then President Biden came out and talked about 400 billion. And, those are the numbers. We have to be honest about how much money it's going to take to fix this system, because otherwise you have people say, well, we gave you another $1 billion. Haven't we fixed the problem? And no, we have not fixed the problem. So being honest about the problem and building a system that can actually, once we have that money, can actually get down to the providers, to families, to the educators, and actually have the impacts that it should have.
I'll say to fix the issue, you need to change it from discretionary, workforce development funding from discretionary to mandatory, or at least have a mandatory, entitlement component to it. The reason why it's been cut is because it's continually subject to appropriations, and unlike in higher ed where you do have some entitlement aspects, and unlike a lot of other countries, you don't have that. So, for example, recently talking to the San Diego workforce board, and they've for a long time had an issue where 4 out of every 5 people that come through their doors that they identify as being eligible for their benefits and also being like good candidates, right? 4 out of 5 they need to reject simply because they just don't have the funding. So we need to make sure that we for every person who is eligible, they should be able to receive those benefits that will help them. I am very heartened to see that the Biden administration has put out in its recent budget an $8 billion career training fund proposal that would bring in kind of a mandatory funding. No one seems to be talking about it, so I am going to while I'm on stage here. And it appears that this is also based off of some legislation that when Vice President Harris was senator in 2019, she had put this legislation, the 21st Century Skills Act. I see some nodding heads there. Fantastic. And then I believe that Senator Kaine also has some legislation more recently that builds off of that previous legislation. So I am excited to see some of those developments. It does seem like creating kind of, more workforce entitlement benefits is gaining some traction a little bit, and we need to just be talking about it a lot more.
I'll just represent K-12. I will start in full-throated agreement with Sarah that more funding in K-12 is good. There's an empirical literature, many studies back this up. But federally, I think we're missing the plot if that's where we stop having the conversation, because the funding needs to be fair and it needs to focus on those who have been overlooked and left behind by our systems of education. And so with that in mind, Title I, we just need to also recognize is a fantastic progressive funding tool that we have at our disposal. It's a great way to get funding where it needs to go, which is why in ESSER, which I worked on with Jared and some others that I see in the crowd, the funding went out via the Title I formula for K-12 schools. And if states were to take their contributions and to do with that what the federal government does with Title I, we would be in a very different place in terms of equitable funding across districts where different students of different backgrounds go to school. And so, I would just sort of say that I think we know where we need to go here. I think we just need to maybe be okay with the fact that some of our solutions might be boring. Title I is good. Progressive funding formulas are good. We need more of them. And we need to communicate with those who are in positions to make those decisions that they should also be taking that same lens with their funding decisions.
Title I is good, and we need a Title I for higher education as well. Because, well, I want to make just a piggyback off something that Sarah said, where, in the pandemic, while there were many lessons to learn from the pandemic, but when there was political will to put tens of billions of dollars into the higher education system, half of it basically through emergency aid to students. That was a recognition that students face everyday expenses that are preventing them from staying enrolled in college, which existed prior to the pandemic and certainly exists today. We were willing to do it, right? And studies show that that money, the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund, was spent primarily to keep students in their homes, to keep students connected, sort of from a internet and broadband perspective, to put food on the table and have their basic needs met, which we know at any level of education, you cannot learn unless those things are met. So we have done it before, we can do it again. We also did it through public benefit programs to recognize that college students are not actually this privileged slice of the population. The data does not show that college students are this sort of, predominantly well-off group. They are students who struggle to meet basic needs: food, housing, all of the basic needs that folks out there in the workforce meet as well. So we need to sort of align funding to meet those realities and those assumptions. And then on top of that, in higher ed, we need a durable federal-state partnership, which we have never had, to align state funding and federal funding, right? Federal funding, as we've talked about, just chases state disinvestment and did for decades, and doesn't get to the root of inequities within states as well. It just sort of follows students, and students are kept with this, financial aid package that they then have to meet a moving target with. So, there needs to be a federal-state partnership. Most of the major sort of free or debt-free college proposals out there would create that. That would be something that we've never had, that would vastly improve the system and create a true public option.
So we want to leave you wanting more. So unfortunately, we won't get to audience questions today, but feel free to ask your questions, one-on-one, and also throughout the day. And just join me in thanking our amazing panel for talking about some of the financing and funding issues within education. Thank you so much.
Not nearly enough time.
And now feel free to move on to your next breakout sessions. In this room, it'll be the intersection of technology, education, and workforce. In Events East, which is through the glass wall, it will be State of the Unions. And upstairs in Chesapeake, Democracy in the Classroom. Thank you.
Let's go Nell, Rob, or okay. Yeah, thank you. All right. Haven't had such a heyday in a long time. It's absolutely going good.
Just on the backside. Better.
Just in time for this rousing conversation.
Great. Are we all set to get started? Cool. Well, welcome. Good afternoon. Hopefully the food comas have worn off. If not, this conversation will definitely do the trick. My name is Megan Shahi. I'm the Director of Technology Policy here at the Center for American Progress. I want to welcome you all in person and those joining virtually to our panel today, the intersection of technology, education, and workforce issues. I'm delighted to be hosting this lovely group today, where I'm joined by three experts in their respective distinct fields, who are at the forefront of this burgeoning intersection. And, you know, here at CAP, I think personally a lot about the different issues we have all housed under one roof here at the Center for American Progress. We focus on everything from climate to women's initiative to economic policy and international security. And we all spend a lot of time in our silos thinking about those, myself on the technology side. But I find that some of the most valuable and impactful kind of moments and conversations and momentum are actually when all those groups of varying degrees, internally and externally, come together to talk about the intersections. And that's why I'm particularly excited about this panel, because in the last year, AI and technology issues at large have really shown me and many others in this space how horizontal the solutions, the risks, and the opportunities around them really have to be. And so it is prudent that we all think about them in that way as well. And AI will undoubtedly, and tech at large will continue to impact workers, the workforce, labor issues, students, teachers, and administrators in schools and in higher education. And so today we're going to dig deep on that intersection and think about the risks, the opportunities, and potential solutions. And so with that, I'd love to welcome my three panelists here. So to my right is Nell Geiser, the Director of Research at the Communications Workers of America, where they provide CWA with evidence and tools to collectively bargain for workers. They began their career as a union strategic researcher and later joined the Change to Win as a campaign director, where they developed and executed strategic campaigns on behalf of affiliate unions. In the middle, we have Rob Weil, the Director of Field Programs in the Educational Issues Department of the American Federation of Teachers. He taught high school math in Colorado for 20 years and was the president of the Douglas County Federation of Teachers. Rob currently manages AFT's in the field efforts focused on school improvement and teacher quality issues and the impact of technology on education. He is also a member of the Trade Union Advisory Committee at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And finally, on the far end is Arohi Pathak, the Deputy Director of the AFL-CIO's Technology Institute, where she works to leverage federal investments in technology and manufacturing to create quality jobs, uphold labor standards, and strengthen the workforce for all working Americans. Before this, Arohi worked at the SEIU, the Service Employees International Union, and on anti-poverty issues right here at CAP. Welcome back to Arohi. Thank you all for joining us. With that, I would love to kick off with an opening kind of framing question for the group that each panelist can take in a direction that they wish, which is, what are some of the opportunities and challenges for AI and tech across the education and workforce systems? Speak in your own words to this very unique intersection of three distinct but overlapping issue areas.
Sure. Well, CWA is a union built by telephone workers and expanded to media and tech workers. We're in one big superstructure, and public sector, airlines and manufacturing. We're a union of about 400,000 workers across these sectors, and all our members are seeing digital technology used in new ways that mostly is controlled by their employers, and does not actually serve their needs. And that might be the experience of some students today too, because if you're not consulted about the impacts of technology and the design of technology that's going to be used in a classroom or a workplace, if you're not consulting the people directly using that, you're not going to anticipate the way that it plays out, the unintended consequences. How could it actually be useful to accomplish a goal? And we see, how that's very much the case in call centers, for example, where we represent many workers in telecom and airlines. And AT&T recently told us that they're pulling an off-the-shelf software system called Hyper that they were using to recommend to their call center agents, here's the next product to upsell on that call. You're going to have a little pop-up. Here's the next thing you should say. And why did AT&T pull that software after using it for a year or so? It did not have the return on investment that they had hoped, right? Because they didn't ask the front line what would be helpful to you. They just bought something and imposed it, right? So the message I will share from our CWA Committee on Artificial Intelligence, which is made up of some educators along with tech and telecom and media workers, is that workers have to be consulted and engaged. And that goes for students too, at the earliest stages of development of how digital technologies are going to be integrated into our work and learning processes. And I can talk a lot more about that, but that's the basic principle.
So I want to start with the first thing. I want to clarify something. If anybody ever says they're an expert on AI, they're a liar. Okay, first start there, because that's what I tell teachers when anybody comes in the room and says, here's an expert on how AI is going to help you. Because nobody knows where this is going. Even the people developing the AI right now will tell you, we have no idea where this will end up or where it's going. So for anybody to stand up in front of a group of people and say, here's the expert of where it's going, that's not really very accurate. What we can do, though, is talk about what we see and what we hear and what we think. And it's very similar. In our classrooms, right now, it's the Wild West. And the Wild West, when we come to use of AI, in some places, it's not used at all. Other places, you're on your own, whether you do it or not. We have high adopters. We have people that are against it. There are many opportunities that AI brings to the classroom, and those things should be leveraged. But there are also many, many challenges it also brings that we have to actually take care of before we get too deep into it. This is right now, basically what's going on in education right now is every software, they're slapping an AI sticker on the side of what they ever had before. And they're saying, this is the new world. That's not what's going to move education forward. And we are right now in a very dangerous area when we talk about how technology is going to inform education. One of the things that we talk about all the time at the AFT is technology should support the work of our members, not control it. That's where it's got to be. And that support has to be targeted and with their input. And we're not seeing that right now. Probably the best way to say it, what AI is doing in schools right now is as you go up the education ladder, you don't see a lot of it in the younger grades, but as you go up the ladder, as you go to middle school a little bit, but by the time you get to the higher grades, you see more and more of it in schools. But that's almost like on an individual basis right now. And in fact, many school districts are encouraging their teachers not to use it because they're scared to death of some of the challenges that are coming. So teachers are, they're left on their own devices right now to figure out what's going on. The last thing I want to say in opening is we have a long way to go for teachers to trust tech companies. Teachers right now are dealing with the day-to-day are dealing with the issues of what social media has done to young people's lives. They remember that. They know what's going on. They have to deal with it in their classroom. with some of the depression, some of the bullying, all the things that we talk about, you've seen talk about social media. Teachers aren't just talking about, they're dealing with every day in the classroom. So we need to build trust when we talk about moving education into a more technology-based system. That trust means you have to talk to teachers. You have to talk to our members before you implement it, or you will not get the result or the reaction you think you should get.
So I want to follow up on what Nell and Rob said. Both Nell and Rob talked about the impact of technology that they're experiencing in their own sectors, in their own industries, and the jobs that they support. I'm going to take this conversation up just a little bit. And I think what's important to say here is, the technology technology is out the bag, right? We're on this like fast runway. It is going to be evolving. It's going to be adapting. It's going to be going in places that no one can envision. And we as a federation, so the AFL-CIO is a federation, we have 60 members, including the AFT and CWA. And in all the industries that the AFL represents, we are seeing the impacts of technology in ways that we never imagined. The one message that Liz Schuler, who's the president of the AFL, always says is we are not anti-technology, we are pro-worker. And I think that that's kind of the core of the message that we're trying to share today. We know technology is inevitable. We know it's going to impact us. What we want to make sure we're doing is that we are centering workers in how this technology is shaped, in how this technology is developed, and how this technology is used. And technology by itself is not necessarily good or bad. It's how it's used that makes it either harmful or it makes it augmentative and helpful. And we just want to be a part of that conversation to make sure that technology is being used in a way that maximizes outcomes for everyone across the public sphere, but particularly for workers who are impacted by it every day.
Thank you. That was a very insightful set of three unique perspectives that I think tied together the thread here of the importance of centering the members of these various organizations in this conversation. One thing I meant to say up top is that we want this to really be an engaging, dynamic conversation with you all here and those online as well. So at some point, we will pause listening to ourselves speak, and we want to actually hear from you all who have kind of made the journey or are online and work in these intersections. And this is a rare chance to have a unique conversation. So please do jump in when the time is right. I would love to turn it to Rob, who, as I said in the intro, spent 2 decades as a teacher in Colorado and has likely seen the impact of technology over those decades. And you mentioned, Rob, the lack of trust that has really led to for the current moment that we're in. If you could just speak to that time and that transition that you witnessed and maybe share a few ideas or ways that we can work to rebuild that trust. I myself am the alumni of a couple of different social media platforms, having worked on policy issues there and now from this side. And so I think it's a very pertinent, important issue generally, but also as we think about students and young people and their use of technology.
So thank you. I'll start with building the trust. Trust is not something that's given, you have to build it. And you start that building by having conversations. You know, I'm invited to do a lot of panels on AI, and I've done lots and lots of them. And I've gone to conferences on education and AI, lots and lots of them. And here's what's I always ask people, where are the teachers? There are teachers in this city who could come up and talk about what's going on in their classroom. But they're never asked to be in these conferences. They're never asked. And so I'm doing the best of bringing my voice or their voice to these minds. But there are people who could actually talk about these things of what they're dealing with in every day. The other thing you have to do is, like, it's coming, like we said, we're not going to stop it. But what that means is we're going to have uncomfortable relationships with people who are developers. We might not be normal workers with for-profit companies and this, but we need to figure out a way to work together because their work's going to be even more and more in our world. And so we need to figure out a way to work with them and build partnerships that are good for our members, good for the kids, and good for everybody. And if we can't do that, I don't know what we're doing. So I think that's what we have to deal with here is the way you build that trust, the way you change the narrative around social media or a technology, because teachers right now don't want to talk, excuse me, about social media. Teachers want to talk about how you can move forward to help their kids. And right now, honestly, sometimes they hear a lot of people talk about the promises, but I can tell you right now that I've talked to a lot of teachers on technology and how AI is being rolled out in their school. And they're just saying, it just seems like more work. It seems I have to do more work to do this. I thought this was going to help me do less work. That's what was promised, but we're not there yet. And that's why it's very concerning that we're having this random rollout of these things randomly across. There's got to be more logic and more educational thinking to how it's used in schools. And that's not happening right now. We are not respecting the professionalism of teachers when we talk about bringing technology and advanced technology and AI to the classroom. We are not respecting their professionalism right now, and that needs to happen.
Thank you. Now, last November, CWA's Committee on AI drafted a report to your executive board on AI, principles and recommendations, looking at both public policy and collective bargaining on the theme of tactics, strategies, and approaches to getting the right voices and considerations at the table. What should union negotiators across sectors consider as they go into contract negotiations with regard to this technology and AI?
Yes. Well, right now we should go into the streets because it's May Day. Happy May Day, everybody. It is International Workers' Day. But it's always time to, prepare for a contract, no matter where you are in a budget or a calendar or a contract cycle, because, you always are operating as a union that's staying attuned to what's going on in the workplace. So we're always preparing for the next round of contract negotiations. And the first step you might think about if you're like, where is digital technology that's impacting working conditions, is to do a digital mapping led by workers. So one thing that our AI committee is working on is a set of resources, including a worker-led digital systems mapping toolkit, basically, so that workers who may realize, okay, I know the name of this software that's been newly installed for seems like surveillance, but do I know whether it is actually capturing, my tone of voice? What is it doing, right? So really making sure whether it's through just like peer-to-peer information gathering or requests for information to the employer. We have a right to this information. It is relevant to bargaining, and under the National Labor Relations Act, the impact of technology is a mandatory subject of bargaining. So we can request information to enable us to bargain over it, whether we're in contract negotiations or not. And we're also it's also important to look at existing, collective bargaining protections or policies in a school district and say, okay, what currently exists that could adapt to new technologies? For example, with our call center CBAs, we have protections against abusive surveillance and use of digital metrics. And those can actually be pretty well adapted to new forms of AI, generative AI technology that's monitoring people's tone of voice. And we have protections so that if their manager cherry picks, oh, I didn't like that call because the AI assistant told me you were, too long, or you didn't follow the script on that call. Well, we have a contract provision that says you cannot be disciplined for that type of coaching or monitoring. You can only be coached. You cannot be disciplined. You can only be, it can only be used for development process purposes, not for discipline. That's in our contract. So, that adapts to a new technology. What might not adapt is working from home. They're going to install a camera on your computer. How much can they look at with that camera? So we had to negotiate new protections that the camera can only look at the immediate desk area, not like a 360 view of your home, right? There's reasons you might not want that. And ultimately, the key is that workers can't accept the effects of AI systems as inevitable or predetermined, and unions democratically consult with our members about how the workplace should function. So in this realm, we try to, negotiate very early, and we're still trying to learn how to do this in every, big contract negotiation with the telecoms, with the journalism, with the newspapers. Our News Guild folks just got great contract language with the Associated Press that says no job will be replaced by AI, and that only journalists can use generative AI, and that no benefits or jobs will be impacted during the life of this contract. So that's a pretty big deal. That's similar to what the writers got in the entertainment strike, right? So that's the kind of thing we're fighting for, and some workers in journalism are having to strike for that. So overall, we have these set of principles that you can find at cwa.org/AI-principles. And it goes into more depth on how, we can get involved at the earliest stages of development to ensure that AI tools enhance the ability of workers to complete their tasks. Maybe we can increase productivity, let's see, right? And that means we could all work fewer hours, right? That would be a nice thing for the same compensation. And there's a lot of things that could be good. I'm keeping for myself a doc labeled good uses of AI. Maybe we can all remind ourselves there are some good uses if they are used for pro-social purposes. And maybe a little later I can talk about what antisocial and pro-social uses of AI look like.
Thank you, Nell. You spoke a little bit about the cherry picking and the disciplinarian actions that can be taken if contract negotiations aren't done appropriately and in service of and in favor of the worker. So flipping to Arohi, prior to your current role at AFL, you worked on anti-poverty and economic security issues here at CAP and at the SEIU. So thinking about those negative impacts when negotiations aren't done correctly or when AI is inappropriately deployed when it comes to workers, how might this technology negatively impact low-income families, students, schools, or workers at large?
So I'm actually going to use an example from the pandemic. So when the pandemic first started, a lot of the schools, including my kids' school in Montgomery County, one of the first things they did was made sure that kids had food. So if kids were, if kids were food insecure at home, that they had access to food as schools went online. And then the second thing schools did was make sure that kids had computers and access to Wi-Fi. Now, not all school districts did this, but some of the better resourced school districts did. And there's a reason why they did that. It's because access to technology, access to broadband, and access to information are three really critical pieces that are foundational for pretty much everything that we do. This is how kids learn these days, particularly if you're going to be online entirely because of the pandemic. This is how we, adults work. We bank this way. We apply for benefits this way. These are just core foundational pieces that allow us to narrow the gap between racial and wealth gaps in this country. It allows us to narrow access points in rural communities versus urban communities. And so I don't want to take away, no, let me rephrase that. I don't want to say that everything is hunky-dory in terms of access in the US. It's not. We have racial and wealth gaps in this country, which are very persistent because we have unequal access to technology, because we have unequal access to services, to Wi-Fi, to broadband, to the kinds of technologies that make our lives better. And I think it's the work that I do, part of the reason for why I left CAP to go to the AFL is because these are intersectional issues. The reason why, or not the reason why, but the reason why the school districts in Montgomery County opted to focus on food and technology is to level the playing field for many students so that they could continue learning with their peers and not fall back behind when the COVID pandemic was going on.
Got it. So over to Rob. as we think about kind of the deployment, I think there were a lot of heads nodding along when you spoke earlier. So I want to kind of double click on this. But the deployment of AI in the classroom is not including teachers at the forefront of the conversation. They are not at the summits. They are being left behind in this conversation. And as we kind of huddled earlier as a group, you were mentioning that teachers don't know what guidance to give or are being told by principals and others to not use it, to use it, and that it's inconsistent. What would you tell to folks in the room who go out and work with teachers or work in the education space and folks online about how to navigate this in a day-to-day environment where there are 16-year-olds that go home and log on to ChatGPT, those who do have the access? Based on what Arohi said, even though that access can be inconsistent in nature.
You mean some of our schools access ChatGPT? That's new to me, I guess. I think I wrote about this a while back because there's a lot of concern in schools about plagiarism and kids being over dependent on the new generative AI, and dependency is a very serious concern. It's not necessarily plagiarism to fill out assignments and stuff like that. You need to go a little deeper than that and talk about building the dependency on a tool as opposed to themselves. And that's probably where a teacher would have to understand the difference between those two. And so if you're going to deal with this, as a skilled teacher, and I wrote an article on this, that when you talk about using AI in the classroom, and I actually encourage teachers to play with it, do it, use it as much as whatever is possible in the right settings at the right time, not for young children at all. But the idea here is this is the world these kids will work in and inherit, and they need to be successful in that world. So we need to figure out a way to teach kids to be successful in that world and use those tools properly, appropriately, and successfully. And one of the ways to do that is, as a teacher, be very aware of what tools kids will use when you're assigning them work or you're giving them things to do. This isn't genius work. But this is something that has to happen. It's talking to kids about the use of these tools as you're doing the assignment, not after they turn it in and go, by the way, oh, they must have used something to do this. That's not going to be helpful. You have to move away from the punitive thinking around these tools. The idea of AI in the classroom shouldn't be coming from a punitive point of view. It has to come from a development point of view. That's what teachers are, that's their job. And so we have to not just focus on when people talk about plagiarism or whatever they want. Don't focus there. Focus on how we can use this as a teachable moment to move kids forward, not only today, but in their future. That's what you should be doing as a teacher. And that's what we're trying to do at the American Federation of Teachers, is to help teachers understand how to do that.
Thank you, Rob. And last question for the panel, and then we'd love to open it up to the audience. Nell, in your principles, CWA prescribes, and this is very related to what Rob just said, an investment towards labor augmenting technologies rather than labor automating, which has a parallel to the educational analogy. What is this difference? Can you talk about it, and how person-forward tech frameworks are important as we all collectively in our distinct but overlapping industries navigate this moment that we're in?
Right. So this is all the rhetoric, all the rage, human-centric, but what does it really require to be human-centric? It requires zooming out on capitalism for a moment. MIT economist Darren Acemoglu has explained to our AI committee when he spoke with us last year that individual companies are profit maximizing, right? We all know that. But in the case of technology, it's also important to know that companies are biased towards maintaining control while also enhancing profitability. And the way to do that is to cut labor costs. So this is also called automation biased. They're biased towards automation. They're biased towards control in how they use technology. So it has antisocial outcomes, like I mentioned before, in the sense that you're cutting jobs and you're increasing inequality, but because you're sending more profits to the 1% who own most of the assets in this country. So instead of creating good jobs, you are trying to squeeze and de-skill jobs, because we know a lot of what digital technologies are being used for is the automated surveillance and management, and then automation. You know, there's a cycle. First, you have to surveil to learn how the humans work. Then you can automate management because you've learned how the humans work, and then you can take over from the humans for some tasks, right? Some tasks. Not most jobs are not going away, but they will change a lot, and they could get worse if we don't have democratic control and make these technologies more pro-social, in which you could improve productivity, work less, have better conditions, and we can push employers in a pro-social direction through bargaining. That's our first line, right? Bargaining can move faster than policy, but it would also be very helpful to have government policy to intervene to promote investment in labor augmenting technology that creates shared prosperity. For example, through R&D grants into these technologies, tripartite consultation opportunities via government agencies that are engaging software developers and as vendors, all talking together. How should this software be designed? The White House and the DOL will soon be coming out with some principles around this that we hope will be helpful. And, you know, there's increasing lip service, like I said, about human-centric AI, but unless there's enforceable rules and greater democratic oversight of AI uses in the workplace and in society, it's not possible to be human-centric. And only the humans directly impacted by the technology can really bring that real world experience of the impact and how to ensure there's alignment with the ultimate purpose of the work and the way that the technology is being used in it. And ultimately, the outcome is to make job quality better as evaluated by workers themselves, and to align this with the service quality or the education quality or the productivity. And then it's a win-win, right? We really can achieve a win-win.
Awesome, optimistic note to end there. Questions from the audience here with us at CAP and online? Yeah, we have microphones coming around if you want to introduce yourself and your organization, and we're excited to hear from you.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Randolph Taylor. I am with the National Women's Law Center. This is me asking as a former educator. So I spent 7 years in the classroom. And one of the things that I was listening to you, Mr. Rob, was saying was how we make sure that we are still improving the development of our children, because that's always been my biggest concern with technology, is those unintended consequences, mostly being that now with a lot of the growth of technology, we're seeing it being used as a replacement more than an enhancement. And it's trying to, like, how do we address and have the conversation about where we still need to have that principle, like analog teaching? Like, we can't send them right onto a computer and just say, write a sentence when we have things like Grammarly and things like this. We need to understand the basis of writing a sentence first. So how do we go about addressing the need to kind of remove technology for those basic principles before moving into having technology-based assistance in education?
This is a very good question. It's yet much deeper even. I'm sure you understand that it's not only the students are going to have this knowledge that you're talking about, the academic knowledge, but there's also a social emotional knowledge that's at risk as well. That we have to schools are going to have to consciously change how they work to adjust to these new tools. And one of those adjustments is going to mean they're going to have to consciously develop social emotional curriculum at a much larger scale than they have now. Because once people go off, you know, one of the things that AI talks about all the time, if you ever talk to any AI education person, they talk about the personalization of learning. Personalization of learning, that's their big thing, which is a good thing if it's done correctly and in limited time. Because if you say every kid's going to have a personal, when are they going to start learning from each other and working with each other? That's got to be out there. Collaboration, teamwork, understanding different points of view is something that's going to have to really be pushed in schools as we bring these technologies on. It is the academics, like you're saying, because kids are going to have the basics academics to do it. And they're going to have to understand the skill to how to use these tools properly. But we're also going to have to deal with the other social, emotional, mental health issues that will be these tools will bring to schools.
Any additional audience questions? Otherwise, we can turn to online.
Sure. We have a question about the internet seems to be overrun these days with AI-generated websites that look authoritative and glossy, and it's hard for even adults to navigate, like trying to figure out what is a good source for news, or if they're looking for a product recommendation. And so how do teachers educate students to wade through the misinformation or junk that's out there to find information that they can rely on and to sort of develop themselves as, consumers of, good information?
Nellie, you want
I
to
can
kick this
say,
off?
yeah, and if you want to add, Rob, I mean, we definitely do a lot of trying to just get information out about disinformation within our union. It's important for all of us. And as a researcher, I also train people on how to find reliable information, which means, thinking about the sources where data actually comes from. A lot of times it either comes directly from a government agency if you're looking for official statistics, you should go directly to the primary source, talking to students about primary sources, right? And if it's information about a corporation and their operations, go to that corporation. Don't look at a third-party source. And of course, we can talk about reliable, news outlets where you can find some information about this is a reliable and vetted news source, right? That has an editorial process that fact checks. And that's an important thing for students to understand as well. But unfortunately, local news is being decimated in this country, largely because, the digital advertising giants, which are the same ones that are addicting our children to social media, are sucking up the advertising revenue, and then local news outlets are being bought up by hedge funds and sucked dry of their assets. So it's not a good picture for democracy. And all of us really need to understand how to wade through the disinformation. But I have seen that yeah, even my fellow researchers will be like, this, website about stock performance, it looks like a real thing, but it's clearly just AI generated, nothing, nothing.
So welcome to one of the new curriculums in schools, technology and AI literacy. This is something that will have to be taught, and it will have to be continually taught, because as you get better, as AI moves on, they're going to get better to figure out how to make their websites look even better. The AI problem of hallucination, we've all heard the stories about the AI makes things up. And so how you're going to have to train people, not only the students, but the teachers also have to learn how to do that too. And so their work is also, protected from that kind of information. It is a huge task, especially when you talk about all the bias, all the different things that are going on in the world right now, online and all this stuff. But this is absolutely part of the new curriculum I think Jasmine was talking about earlier. Schools are going to have to change. All this technology isn't just going to be something that's dropped on the current curriculum. The structure of schools and what will have to be taught in schools will have to change and respond to the new world and the new tools that are available in technology.
Any final thoughts from the audience? Yeah, we have a mic coming to you if you want to raise your hand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Brian Dittmeyer, him from GLSEN, and really would just love to hear a little bit more about how we can help prepare teachers and school officials around expectations of student privacy, especially when we think of searches and search history on school computers, and then the use of student activity monitoring software that sometimes is synced with private devices as well. And how can we help educators better understand all of the nuance of these technologies interacting so that student private data is not revealed to their teacher and then, of course, to the broader community?
This will be probably the largest fight over the next 3 to 5 years. I wish I had the answer, because one of the things that drives technology is data, and drives AI is the access to data. I'll put it this way. I talked about personalized learning. it's really hard to personalize learning if you don't have personal information on the child. So there's this push and pull about privacy and security. At the same time, people are saying we can do all this great stuff for kids. It's a push and pull. You always have to start with the safety first. You always have to start with the privacy first. AFT has a position on this, and the position is there's this push and pull between privacy and access and all this. Start with the privacy. That should be the first core value, because you'll never get it back, as you all know how the internet works. So you have to start there, and we have to figure out ways to do these other things while ensuring the privacy and security, not only of the students, but of the teachers, their parents, because the way data matching works in technology today, guys, it's not just a little bit of information goes a long way with these big, massive computers and the way they can match data. So we need to start with privacy, and I wish it was stronger than it is today. And plus, we're in the United States, and we don't have very strong privacy laws in the United States. Let's just be frank about it. Something needs to be done sooner rather than later, or we're going to be looking up from a very difficult place in the world.
Well, and Cantwell has put out a privacy bill finally, after not putting one out for a long time. And so, but it doesn't touch on the workplace. And it kind of lines up with child online privacy, proposals out there. But I think you should survey, if you haven't, all your youth members and ask them, like, what protections do they think are most important, and what would be the most practical way to achieve those protections while also getting some of the benefits of, personalization or access. Do you have a sense of, that feeling among your membership of what's most important in terms of protective measures?
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly spoken with both our youth, and I know CDT and others have done surveys that show, high level of concern about personal data being shared, and particularly in the LGBTQ context of kids being outed from information collected in the schools. So there's serious policy implications as well.
With that, thank you all. I would love to maybe give each panelist a last minute to, we've sort of discussed the landscape as it stands today, but looking ahead a little bit as you all kind of leave this room and this summit and re-enter your organizations and all the great work you do, maybe a few nuggets from each panelist of what to expect and maybe how to navigate it. Arohi, if we can start with you.
I think the question about what to expect is anyone's guess. I think technology is going to evolve in a way that will surprise us, and I think it will have impacts in ways that we cannot even foresee. And so being central to the conversation, having workers be part of the conversation around technology as it's being designed, to understand the use of the technology, to understand what data it's collecting, et cetera, is a really important way to make sure that those tools that are being developed, those processes and systems that are being developed, are doing so in a way that will not harm people and not harm workers. So if it was just kind of one nugget that I had to lift up, it would be having worker voice in the entire the entire system of development, design, R&D, et cetera, all the way to even once technology has been implemented, making sure that you're assessing that technology on a regular basis to make sure that it's doing what it needs to do.
I hope this comes across correctly, but I think what I would, representing our members, would say, as we're making this transition to advanced tech and AI, value humanity. Remember humanity, although it's not perfect, it's exactly where we need to go and we need to value it. And these are just tools to support us, not to control us. We have to realize that education is a human relation activity, and we need to value that and not replace it with some box or machine because we will pay a dear price in the future. So we need to value all the frailty of humanity and value that and celebrate that in our schools as we use these tools to support our work. The two can happen together.
Yeah, and if you have not organized a union in your workplace, that would be step one. And in terms of what's coming, it's pretty dystopian because one example of automated management that really demonstrates the depravity of the AI industry to just leave you with, to freak you out, is that our members at the Alphabet Workers Union who work for Google vendors that evaluate the quality of the answers that the large language models, foundation models are providing, they're managed and can be terminated by algorithms. And so if you don't hit the metrics of evaluating the answers quickly enough or at the quality metrics they're looking for, you will be terminated. And then it may take weeks for you to get retested by a human to get back into the system so you can earn money again. And so those workers, many of them earn a little less than $15 an hour. They're not even covered by Google's vendor requirements. They are frustrated. They cannot communicate with the programmers who they are working with. The programmers are also frustrated with that they cannot communicate with the quality assurance workers. And they don't have enough time to get their jobs done as quality assurance workers. So when workers organized against these practices, they were able to win raises and get some fired workers reinstated. But then Google cut the entire contract with that company.
On that note, thank you all. Thank you to our panelists for their insights and their presence here today. And thank you to all of you for being here and to those online for joining us. I assume quick break and then on with more programming. So thank you.
Folks, we are going to take a quick break and then meet back here. We will hear from Assistant Secretary for the Office of Civil Rights, Catherine Lhamon, followed by an excellent conversation about education fostering belonging. So please do join us back here shortly.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and get started. It is my privilege to introduce our next speaker for keynote remarks, the Assistant Secretary for the Office for Civil Rights at the Department of Education, Catherine E. Lhamon, please.
Thank you, Jared, and thank you all. I am so delighted to join you all today for your crucial summit on resetting, reframing, and reforming education. So we as a country will finally live up to our longstanding aspiration and guarantee of equal opportunity in schools for all. Your project could not be more important in this deeply polarized time, specifically regarding the circumstances of schooling. We know every bit as much as schools teach reading, writing, and arithmetic, schools also send implicit and explicit messages about students' worth and their likelihood of success and government support for the people they are. So when schools exclude students of color and students with disabilities from their communities, as our enforcement experience at the Office for Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Education confirms they still do, schools send the message that those kids are less valuable. And when schools offer fewer material resources and learning opportunities to students of color than to their white peers, which again, our enforcement experience confirms that schools still do, schools send the message that those kids are less valuable. And when schools ignore or perpetuate hostile environments for girls, for parenting students, for students of color, schools again send the message that those kids are less valuable. Unless and until we communicate and offer the same caliber of opportunity to each and every learner, we cannot be surprised when in the aggregate, the people we teach rise only to the expectations that we teach them. Our work to change the expectations we communicate deeply matters. Therefore, amid the public swirl about whether to teach truthful history and targeting efforts to include all students as somehow divisive, as well as incendiary responses to global events, it can be easy for the public to lose sight of the stakes as they actually are for our kids in school. In my office, we do not lose sight of either Congress' decades-old guarantee that no person shall experience discrimination at school based on race or sex or disability, or of the solemn charge that Congress has given to us to stand sentry for every student who needs us, to ensure that that statutory guarantee is every student's experience at the desktop. I thank you for the commitment that your presence here today represents for that long-standing guarantee and the urgent need to make it real in every school, every day. And I share with you, so none of us gathered today lose sight of the stakes for kids, a snapshot of what we see in schools on these topics. Last September, my office resolved a complaint that determined that a district had subjected a student with disability to harassment so pervasive that it constituted a hostile environment. Over a 6-month period, classmates repeatedly directed disability slurs at the student and both physically attacked the student and threatened to attack him in a manner directly related to his disability, all of which the student's parent and school staff reported to the principal. One of the attacks was captured on a school security camera video, and the principal still did not treat it as disability-related harassment. Our investigation revealed that the district did not investigate all of the incidents that were reported, and where the district did investigate, its investigations were so limited that they, for example, disregarded an eyewitness report and did not seek information from relevant witnesses. We also concluded that the district treated each report of harassment as an isolated incident instead of an accumulation of evidence that the student was experiencing persistent disability-related harassment. In addition, although the student's parent reported that the harassing behavior was impacting the student's ability to access his education and requested modifications to the student's IEP to provide that student with more support, the district failed even to convene an IEP meeting for more than 6 months after the parent first reported the harassment. And when it did convene the IEP team did not consider whether the harassment had had an impact on the ability of the student to receive a free and appropriate public education. To protect the privacy of the harassed student, I have not shared with you some of the specific acts of harassment visited on the student because it could identify who the student is. I will say this, though. This case involved some of the most egregious facts I have ever seen in decades of work in this area. It is shocking to me that school leadership did not better protect this child. And while I am not shocked that the school had not understood that harassment could lead to free, appropriate public education violations for the student and could impact his access to education, I am sobered by the repetition of these facts in schools all over the country. Our federal civil rights laws require that the full harm to students be redressed when they experience discrimination, including harassment. This district has now entered into a fulsome agreement to fully redress the harm for the student, and I hope no student will experience what that student experienced going forward. But continuing, and just to really emphasize what it's like for kids. Last July, we resolved an investigation that found that a non-binary student was repeatedly mocked and targeted by other students, harassing that student because the student is non-binary. Ultimately, a teacher removed the student from class altogether because the teacher said the teacher could not protect the student from other students' harassment. The investigation reflected that the district burdened the student for their own harassment. The school ultimately limited the student to 3 in-person classes and required the student to take the remaining classes through self-directed study. Based on that evidence, we had concern that the district may have been deliberately indifferent to notice that the student was subjected to sex-based harassment in violation of Title IX, which, as you likely know, is the relevant legal standard under the current Title IX regulation addressing sexual harassment. And as you likely also know, we have recently updated that standard with more fulsome protection to become effective on August 1st. But even under the more limited standard that we enforce today, unchecked sex-based harassment of a non-binary student that denies that student access to education violates Title IX. And we will be there to afford the full protection of the law to that student and to others like the student. A last case example that I'm going to share with you specifically before you all enter into a very important conversation that is going to follow this. Last month, we resolved an investigation of 7 complaints that we had received over a 5-month period regarding race, sex, disability, and anti-Semitic harassment at schools in the Park City, Utah school district. The facts, as we found them, are appalling. District records documented more than 180 reports of students harassing other students based on protected identity characteristics at 3 schools during 2 school years. And that harassment included very ugly slurs, which I'm not going to repeat here because they are a panoply of hate. But they also included asking students of color for an N-word pass and acting like a monkey, making racially and ethnically offensive jokes, including about bringing back slavery, telling Asian students to go eat cat, mocking students' eyes, physically assaulting students, threatening, quote, to kill all the Jews, and posting swastikas, and on from there. The district did take some responsive action, including training staff and sending notes home to parents, but ultimately, the district's responses to repeated harassment of Black, Asian, Jewish students and to harassment based on sex did not meet the district's federal civil rights obligations. In particular, the district repeatedly failed to investigate allegations of race-based and anti-Semitic harassment and failed to take effective steps to end a hostile environment and based on race and anti-Semitic harassment that the district confirmed, and failed to provide complainants with information about the availability of supportive services and how to file a formal complaint of sexual harassment. The district again has agreed to a robust agreement to fully resolve these issues, and I very much appreciate the approach that the district is now taking responsive to these kinds of concerns. But I regret, as I imagine we all do, that we at the Office for Civil Rights have such an active federal enforcement docket on these topics, with repeated allegations all across the country that students in schools experience harassment and other forms of discrimination because of who they are. These cases, and so many others like them, cry out for redoubled national commitment to ensuring equal educational opportunity, fully inclusive of every student and respectful of each child's value as a learner. In addition to these crucial topics, our recent casework includes resolutions ensuring that schools cease operating caps on the number of students with disabilities that they will serve in flagrant violation of federal civil rights law, requiring schools not to operate based on stereotypes about students with mental health disabilities, excluding them based on stereotype from school programming, ending different treatment based on race and national origin in the delivery of school programs, increasing access to high rigor courses for students of color to ensure that they access these courses on an equal basis with their white peers, ending sexual harassment of boys, preying on perceived weakness as a sex stereotype, protecting pregnant students equal access to learning through appropriate supports during their pregnancy. These cases and many thousands more like them that we resolve each year underscore the urgency to shore up schools as the places where we teach students the lessons we want them to learn. Returning to where I started, schools teach more than reading, writing, and arithmetic. Schools are where we teach students how to participate in democracy. And the stakes for every child of unequal opportunity are astronomical. Likewise, the stakes for our country of persistently reinforcing inequality and discouraging active engagement in civic life are also astronomical. So I thank you for coming together at this summit to redouble your commitment to the work that is core to our civic life and that is crucial to supporting students in living and in achieving their dreams. I commit to you that I and the nearly 600 people I lead in the Office for Civil Rights will continue our vigilance for democracy, and I look forward to ongoing work in parallel with each of you to make Congress rights promised real for every student. No matter how you show up in the world, as an educator daily committed to student opportunity, as a researcher showing up an evidence basis for what works to maximize equality, as a parent involved in your kids' school community, and as an advocate pushing for maximum equity. Please keep at it with the fierce urgency of now that Dr. King exhorted this nation and that my staff and I bring to this work, using your gifts to support every learner every day, because our country depends on that vigilance. I look forward to more conversation, and I thank you.
Well, thank you, Assistant Secretary Lhamon, for those wonderful remarks. We will now have a conversation that focuses on belonging, and if folks are looking to engage in the subject matter in a different way, you may have seen signs throughout the building and online referring to a virtual banned book fair. And so if you scan a QR code that you see around, just to engage with more topics, more information, just to explore these topics in a little bit more depth. But for now, let me just introduce our wonderful panel. And so there's a change in program. Unfortunately, Denise Fort couldn't make it, but we do have Liz King, who's the Senior Program Director, hopefully I got that right, for Educational Equity at the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, joining us. So thank you, Liz King. We also are joined by Alicia Johnson-Wilder, the Director for Racial Equity and Justice Initiative at Apple. And Casey Pick, the Director of Law and Policy at the Trevor Project. And this conversation will be moderated by Zakiya Smith-Ellis, who's the Principal for Education Council. If I get anyone's titles wrong, I'm very sorry. So please, correct the record when you're up there. But we really do appreciate you all for coming and having this important conversation. So thank you. Please.
All right. So it's so good to be here today and to be with you all to talk about something that I'm going to just start and take a little bit of moderator prerogative and just frame for a bit, because I think sometimes when you hear the word belonging, you may think of squishy, like fuzzy, drum circle, which it can make everyone feel belonging. I love a good drum circle, but I want to ground us in the science of learning and development, which actually suggests that the number one way to help students succeed is to ensure that they feel safe, that they feel heard, and that they feel that their identity is valued and they are respected. And that is what we generally call developing a sense of belonging. And there are literally decades of research that say it's very difficult to show up as a great student ready to learn if you feel like, I mean, goodness gracious, listening to the assistant secretary share those examples, I cannot imagine being one of those students and being my best self at school. So in addition to what we may want to foster for students' general well-being, which is a matter of life and death, we also want to foster a sense of belonging if we care about academic success. So from all of these different angles, mental health, academic success, overall well-being, which hopefully is like a shared concern among any of us that care about people, fostering a sense of belonging is really important. And so I'm excited to be able to have this conversation today with each of you to talk about various aspects of your work and how we look at that. I want to just share some research that we know has been supported by the Rakes Foundation around when students' learning experiences, environments help them feel competent, valued, respected, connected to others, and supported. That is when they are more likely to engage in the behaviors that support academic achievement. So like if you're in college, that might look like feeling comfortable attending office hours or seeking out mentors on your own or, going to use institutional resources. And so in higher ed, and we'll talk about this through the variety of the system, K-12 and higher ed, and we can even delve into early childhood if anybody feels so led. I spent a little bit of time in the governor's office in New Jersey where we got a lot of pushback on what I was thinking were some very benign sex education standards. We talked about sharing at early ages gender identity with students, which became, I guess I was very naive in thinking, yes, it's very important to let young students know like that it doesn't matter how you identify, that you can do anything, right? Like that was a really great message for all young people. But even at an early childhood level, these issues of belonging and how to make sure that students feel comfortable in themselves can come under attack. So I want us to be able to talk about that and the choices that we make in policy and in programs to foster that sense of belonging. So let's dive into that conversation, shall we? I'm going to start with Casey. And I don't know if we were supposed to sit in a different order, but I want to just for you to share with us how the Trevor Project is thinking about belonging in education at this moment in particular, and what research you may have on how to do this best for LGBTQ students in particular.
Thank you so much for that question. For anybody who doesn't know, the Trevor Project is the leading provider of suicide prevention and crisis intervention services for LGBTQ plus young people. So for more than 25 years, we've been who young people call in moments of crisis, though these days it's actually call, text, chat 24/7. We're also who they come to find research about their experiences or the adults in their lives who value them, who want to create that sense of belonging. We've been doing research for years now, specifically looking at what benefits the mental health of young people and also what causes a detriment. And so you were talking about some of the research with regards to the value of belonging. In the work that I do, that Trevor does, we view belonging as a protective factor for mental health, for suicide. It is literally a matter of life and death, especially for LGBTQ young folks who we know are 4 times as likely to report a suicide attempt compared to their straight or cisgender peers. So when I think about belonging, particularly in an educational context, for the last several decades, we've observed as educators and schools have been more intentional about caring about this community. We've seen growing support over the years for things like gender sexuality alliances, safe spaces on campus, counselors and teachers being trained on the needs of LGBTQ youth. And that's been tremendously helpful. We have seen that make a difference, which makes the particular moment we're in now so very concerning. We're kind of back to the 90s. When I started seeing legislation that was commonly described as don't say gay laws or don't say trans, it reminded me of what in the 90s we called no promo homo laws. And we had finally, in the last 5 years, managed to repeal that legislation that barred any discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity that wasn't negative. And now we're back in that space where, from our research, we look closely to see where do young people feel safe and affirmed. And that runs from about a third of LGBTQ youth saying that their home is a safe or affirming environment for them as an LGBTQ person, to a little bit more than half having that safety at school. I always look at that number and I think about that gap, that 15, 20% or so who look to school when they can't look to home for safety. And that's what scares me about the era we're in now, is that it feels like a systematic attack on all the places LGBTQ youth find that they belong, messaging that they're important, that they're wanted. And we need to protect those spaces.
Thank you so much for sharing about that work and just hitting home how important it is for students' safety and what it looks like when that is in place and what the risk is when it's not. Liz, I would love for you to share a bit about how the Leadership Conference thinks about the role of belonging in fostering student success and efforts that you all have led in that area.
Yeah, thanks, Zakia, and thanks, Cap, for hosting this. Glad to be here. I think, first off, we would just start with how important belonging is because we need the gifts and talents of every child in this country. The problems in the world are huge right now, and the only way we're going to solve them is if we're really able to draw on all of this beautiful wisdom and knowledge in all of our children. And so when we create a system that says this entire group of people has nothing to offer, or we're going to erect barriers so that this group of children over here don't get to bring their gifts and talents to the conversation, it hurts all of us, right? Like, we know all the macroeconomic research that tells us that when we create barriers to success for Black children and for other children of color, it costs our entire economy suffers because we don't get the brilliance, we don't get the innovation, we don't get all of those skills and knowledge. And so I think that's just one important part of this is belonging is critically important to the way we all benefit from the skills and knowledge and the gifts and talents of everyone all around us. You know, the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, we're a national civil rights coalition. We're a multi-issue, multi-constituency coalition, and we know that all of this works together. There is no scenario in which you create a community in which one group of children is safe and another group of children is unsafe. It's all of us together or none of us. No one is safe until all of us are safe. No one is included until everyone is included. Part of that is about intersectional identity, right? People show up in the world as more than one thing. Part of that is about the interrelatedness of the way in which people experience marginalization and oppression. Assistant Secretary Lhamon talked about what was going on in Park City, Utah, and it wasn't just one group of children who were being targeted. Shocking to find out that bigoted and hateful comments directed against one group of children were also being directed against other groups of children. And so when we're thinking about creating belonging, when we create a structure that is ableist and creates barriers for participation for people who are disabled, it makes it harder to participate if you're a queer person who's non-disabled. When we create an environment in which Asian American children are not seen and valued for who they are, it makes it harder for children of African descent to participate and bring all that they have to offer to the classroom. And so a lot of what we're thinking about at the Leadership Conference is how all these pieces work together and that we need strategies that are about everyone. There is not an environment in which we eliminate anti-Semitism and maintain anti-Blackness. These things are related. And so we have to create an environment in which every child is safe. So we're thinking about that through the lens of non-discrimination law and enforcement. So first of all, we're always looking to proactively prevent discrimination in the first instance, right? We want schools to know what their obligations are. We want them to have the tools to provide that environment so that all children can thrive. And then we want to intervene when children's rights are undermined and when the law is violated. But we also want to think structurally about the whole system. We want to think about how does our higher ed finance system reinforce an understanding that we only get where we need to be as a country if our higher education system is meaningfully creating opportunity for all of the students to bring their talents. And so when there's financial barriers to higher education, that means we're losing out on those gifts and talents, right? We think about that in the context of early childhood education, when we think about school exclusion. So what message are we sending to a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old when we tell them that you are so bad that you don't get to come to school? What does that mean for that child's sense of identity as a learner, as someone who belongs in school? What does it mean for their family? And so how do we make sure that early care and education settings have the support they need to meet all of the children where they are and to provide supportive and inclusive responses to children's behavior? The same thing at the K-12 level, right? We're hearing a lot about the importance of teachers of color in meeting the needs of students of color. And the research is unambiguously clear here. But white children lose too when we don't have teachers of color. White children lose too when they don't get to learn from books by multicultural authors, right? And so we've got to think about the way in which this has to be for all of us. It has to be all of us moving together. And we name and we describe specific examples in which there are barriers to opportunity for individual students or individual groups of students. But really what we need is a recognition that we're all in this together and we all have to move forward together. So I think that for us, it's about, we're having a conversation about education. There is no effective education system that does not center equity. There is no scenario in which we achieve what we need to achieve in education if we don't first start in the middle and end with equity. It's got to be the whole guiding point. Otherwise, what are we doing?
I always love when you just to go at our on fires. I'm like, yes, preach. None of us are free until all of us are free. This is about everyone together. And just the idea that I guess I hadn't thought about it this way, but what you just said, I want to hit home for folks. The reason why it's so important to care, even if I do not identify as an Asian American student, if we create an environment where it's okay to otherize some people, that is an environment where the next day it could be me, and where that is not how we want to show up as a community. And the values that we teach our students are the community that we will then live in and the society that we will then live in later, right? So this matters for our democracy, our diverse, beautiful democracy that, purports to value all people equally. And so I would love for us to think about how we live up to that. This has been a great conversation. Alicia, I would love for you to talk a bit about Apple. Some people may not realize that your company has a racial justice and equity initiative and focusing on MSIs and the role that they play. And I know they often pride themselves in fostering student belonging. And I would just love for you to share a little bit about how that factors into all of this work.
First, thank you so much for having me. Such an honor to be here with this panel. I feel like Liz's remarks are just the great preamble right into the work that we're doing. So we launched our Racial Equity and Justice Initiative in June of 2020. Our newest initiative, but really focusing a lot of the work that we've been doing for a long time as a company in education. We have long believed that education is a force for equality. It's an equalizer. And so we have focused resources on the most under-resourced school districts across the country and really focus on MSIs, which are these storied institutions that provide these really inclusive spaces. And so what we've tried to do is ensure that they're getting the resourcing that we know that often goes to predominantly white institutions. So when we launched the Racial Equity and Justice Initiative, we had 3 core pillars. Education was the first one for that very reason. We knew that we could really take the work that we had been doing and focus it really clearly on the communities that we know are disproportionately impacted by resource constraints. And so one of the first things that we did was partner on the development of the Propel Center. The Propel Center is an equity and innovation hub for HBCUs, really focused on reaching those 100 HBCUs. I think it's 104 accredited HBCUs across the country, and developing curriculum that helps prepare these graduates for competitive jobs in tech, which is really the goal. And how can we leverage Apple's expertise, our technology, to really get these graduates into the jobs of the future? And we similarly partner with Cal State University Northridge on an effort for Hispanic serving institutions. What we love about Hispanic serving institutions is that their student bodies are incredibly diverse. So we're reaching Asian American students, we're meeting students from tribal and indigenous communities. So it's really helping us to reach and to scale the type of curriculum that all of these students can tap into. Similarly, we're working with tribal colleges and universities. And a part of that work is really focused on cultural preservation. How do we work with schools and use technology to help them preserve languages that are being lost, traditions that are being lost, and ensure that their education is specifically focused on creating that atmosphere and that environment that demonstrates that their culture, their languages are critical to their education and a really important part of preserving something that they can bring and contribute, and not something that needs to be eliminated in order for them to be a part of this society that needs to be so inclusive. So that's really where our work has focused. We have two other pillars under the Racial Equity and Justice Initiative. One is criminal justice reform, and the last is economic empowerment. But you really can't tackle those other two areas without the through line of education. And so through criminal justice reform, we're working with community college campuses to create labs where incarcerated individuals can take coursework so that they can gain digital skills and hopefully apply those skills to returning to society. So in so many of these spaces, we're really looking at how education and technology can empower these spaces. And also, we follow what we call a challenge-based learning model, where we work with educators to help create curriculum that focuses on unique challenges that students are seeing in their communities. Because if they can take those challenges and apply technological challenges to those areas that they're seeing, it really does make the coursework more tangible and more real. And when we think about the future of technology, it really is, we have a self-serving interest in this. We need technology that's reflective of society. And so we need students, even at the youngest ages, already thinking about their role and their contribution and how technology can reflect our society in a way that it frankly doesn't right now.
Oh, amen again. Especially to the ways in which you're thinking about creating learning experiences that help students see where their identities add value. So it's not just about accepting, it's about saying, and who you are as a person is valuable to us as society, and we need it. I think that's a through line from all of your comments. And I even think about some of the sessions and panels we heard earlier today on resource inequity, and what we heard from the Assistant Secretary about how the signals that sends in resource inequity as we come up on the 70th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education, at its root was this concept that inherently, when you're segregating and separating and not providing equal resources, you're sending the message that you are less valuable and that we don't need you in our society in the same way. So I'm just really inspired by the work that all of you are doing. In this moment, and I'm trying to manage time so that we do have time for questions as well, but Casey and Liz in particular, I would love for you all to share thoughts about the current moment. And Casey, you talked about this a little bit in your opening remarks, but in many states, their efforts to improve supports for students based specifically on their gender identity, race, or ethnicity are under threat across K-12 and higher education, and even in early childhood. I'm reminded that there was a commissioner of early childhood education in Alabama that was fired for talking about ways to promote equity among our youngest learners. And so where these states are banning equity initiative, banning discussion of sex and gender identity, what do you make of these efforts and their impact on our collective ability to foster that sense of belonging? And what should we do in this moment, given those threats?
I'll start and then you can follow up. So our data tells us that for LGBTQ young folks who actually learned about sexual orientation or gender identity or LGBTQ folks in history, they were 23% less likely to report a suicide attempt. So that alone is just a data point that I can call out, that it matters when we can have belonging in the classroom, in the textbook, in the story problems that can be about Matt and Mike figuring out, their math problem. So it matters. And when we're pulling back on that, we also know that that makes a difference too. Our research is showing us that LGBTQ youth are very much aware of the legislative pushes, even in the states that don't pass these bills. So even just the debate about how books about us are a threat to young people. There are pushes in certain states to prohibit transgender people from being teachers. Flashback to the 1970s when Ronald Reagan opposed that kind of thing for gay teachers in California. So we're back in that space, and it is sending a clear message to our young folks that they're not wanted, that they're a subject of debate, that they're dangerous. And so that schools are that battleground, that school boards are absolutely a battleground today, is having a negative effect on our young people's mental health. That said, I think it's a fight worth fighting for us. We need to show up in those spaces and say, no, this isn't who we are. This isn't how we want to teach. We want to teach in a way that is inclusive, that makes every young person feel valued, and that allows for all of us to learn from all of us. And when that happens, we know that makes a difference. One last thing I'll note about this is when we talk about having a sense of belonging, that starts with having a sense of basic safety. And that right now is also under attack for our young folks. It was probably one of the most bizarre moments in my decades of advocacy when I came across a headline with a photograph of my junior high school in Coralville, Iowa, that had to shut down for 3 days last year because it was under a bomb threat. That bomb threat happened after it was specifically targeted by a internet provocateur that I'm sure many of us are familiar with by the name of Libs of TikTok for having a book in its library called "This Book is Gay." It was bizarre to see my junior high, where I was both bullied for being a lesbian and also found my first teacher who supported me in that identity, shut down because of this debate about the place of LGBTQ people in society. So, and that scared me. If that scared me, imagine what that does to the mental health of young kids in Iowa who are like I was. So this is a fight that we need to fight. These are policies that we can't just let slide. They're not anywhere near as reasonable as they sometimes try to make themselves out to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think first I would start with the SFFA decision on June 29th of last year, which was terrible and wrongly decided and was about limiting doors of opportunity to higher education in ways that are going to harm us all. It was also a relatively narrow decision. And I think one thing that's important to remember here is that there's a lot of opportunism going on. And so part of what we're seeing with respects to efforts to attack race-conscious policymaking are misrepresentations of the law. And I just am naming that here because I don't want us to reinforce and replicate this narrative that the scope of the decision was any greater than it was. The Supreme Court does not determine what we value, what's important to us. We absolutely must continue to pursue racial equity and diversity in higher education. I think another thing to name here is just thinking about the revolutionary power of children's empathy and how much of what we're seeing is how scared people are, of how empathetic children are. And children can read a book and they can identify with what's going on in that story. And that is just being reminded of how terrifying it is to have children read books and just seeing so much of the revolutionary actions from young people and young people who are finding the information on their own, young people who are identifying with other people's struggles, young people who came home from school one day and asked their parents a question, and those parents were not equipped to answer that question. But isn't it great and isn't it encouraging for the future of our multiracial democracy that these young people are thinking about this and they're bringing their empathy to the table? I think it is incredibly, incredibly hard and discouraging to see so much of what we're seeing. I mean, the idea that we're having a national debate about whether children get to go potty during the school day is profoundly frustrating. The idea that anybody else's potty habits are your purview is just astonishing. And I think it's important to remember how absurd a lot of this is, even in the context of how real and concrete the actual violence is behind it, right? It's ridiculous and terrifying in lots of different ways, but it is also interrelated, right? It is not possible to be college and career ready if you didn't have access to Black history. You cannot be ready to be in the world. Think about how much information and knowledge you've been denied. And I think we've seen some really impressive efforts around coalition and folks coming together and saying, we want an inclusive curriculum. We want an inclusive curriculum that represents all of the children in this school, that represents the history of our country. And I think we're seeing some really encouraging pushback. But what is frustrating is that what we're up against is incredibly well-financed, extremely well-coordinated efforts. And we have to keep pushing back. And the only way we win is together. But let's also remember that at the core, what they have recognized is the power of education. They are fighting so hard to take it away because they know how powerful it is. And we know in the history of this country how much people have sacrificed for the sake of achieving an education and still do, right? I mean, the stories we hear around what people have given up to pursue a higher education. Remember the stories of people who, mothers who went to jail because they misrepresented their child's address to get their child a better education. People, individuals, communities have been doing everything they can to pursue an education for hundreds of years. And so it's up to all of us as advocates to figure out a path forward that says education is foundational to our multiracial democracy. We know that, they know that. There's no question about that. And so we all have to pursue the twin aims of a multiracial democracy and an equitable education together and at the same time.
Absolutely. And the idea that we don't have equitable, high quality education if we don't have inclusive education that fosters belonging is one that I feel like would be a great point to end on for this part. I have more questions, but I want to share the wealth of this knowledge of this panel with all of you. So if there are questions from the audience, we can field them. And if there's any questions from online, I'm sure someone will let us know.
Hi, this is really lovely. I'm Kate Smith. I'm Director of LGBT Policy here at CAP. One of my favorite things about the Trevor Project surveys that they do is to ask young people what brings them joy. And I'm really curious if y'all have anything you might add to joy and room for joy and how we can foster joy and how that relates to not only belonging, but mental health and safety.
Thank you so much for that. I was just thinking that I really wanted to bring a little bit more hope back into this conversation. And one of the things that does bring me tremendous hope is just the young people themselves. Our students are talking about how it matters to them and it brings them joy when they see their classmates standing up for them, when they see their parents fighting back for them and demanding that they have a chance to read stories about themselves. It brings them joy to see folks, advocating on their behalf. Also, it can just be something as simple as community, getting to be out there on the playing field with their friends, being acknowledged and respected as who they are means so much to so many of our young folks. When a parent hears that their child is in fact a transgender boy and makes an immediate call for let's get a haircut and let's go shopping. There are so many things that crop up in our survey about just sources of joy. And many of them are, what anybody would feel. The chance to succeed, the chance to find something that they're gifted at and to have that encouraged. And thankfully, while we're under assault in so many ways, our young folks are also finding that they have more allies maybe than the generations before them did. And more of those allies are finding the courage to speak up. So yeah, definitely check out trevorproject.org/resources. Look at our research. I love that list of things that brings our kids joy.
I love infusing joy into this. And what this made me think about was when Alicia was saying the ways that, in the tech space, you're helping students kind of understand and be leaders there and get those kinds of skills. I'm an educator at heart. Like I was trained as a teacher and I love doing that. And I think from working in the White House and in policy spaces, you're constantly teaching middle school. So it's a skill that is very transferable for anyone that's interested in that. But the thing that always brought me joy as an educator is being able to see someone not necessarily for the first time, but in a moment, use a skill that they have newly developed and feel competency in that and feel that who I am, the skills and abilities that I have and that I have been able to, all the parts of me have brought me to this place where I'm able to do or demonstrate this thing. That brings me joy and that brings people joy. Like we know from lots of research that like if each of you thinks about places where you are really competent and who you are and how you feel when you're showing that competency, it doesn't hide a piece of you somewhere else. The fullness of of your identity is able to be brought to that and you're celebrated for it. And that feels great. And that is where people learn best, where our students learn best, when they're able to foster that. And that's what I mean about these pieces are not disconnected. This is not just a drum circle conversation. This is about if we actually want to bring that out of our students. And to Liz's point, like, and that's what we need for society. If we want to do that, we have to be committed to creating these spaces. And it's not always easy. It takes, especially, we were having a conversation in the green room about old school parenting and old school stuff. Like, you have to, you know, sometimes we have to learn new things and learn new ways of being. But that's good. And Alicia, I would love for you to share a little bit about how you think about how other companies may be kind of in this space, and you're in the corporate space with others, and how they what is the role for companies and corporations to add to this conversation about how to foster that sense of inclusion, either in their corporate space or in the kind of philanthropic work that they do.
Yeah, and I love this theme of joy because it really makes me think about the role of creativity in education and how creativity can really allow students to bring that joy and that celebration to their curriculum in their classroom. And it's something that we actually realized early on when we were working with schools in the K through 12 space and the higher education space. We've really focused on coding because we really believe that coding is a pathway to solving challenges. We say everyone can code. We know everyone won't be a coder. I certainly don't, but we see it as a pathway to really exposing students to technology. But over time in our conversations, we recognize that everyone will not code, but technology can still be a pathway to so many other spaces. And so we've actually created what we call Everyone Can Create. And it's still leveraging technology, but it's looking at music, it's looking at photography, it's looking at so many of the creative arts and recognizing that those are also a space for innovation. And so we've been able to really bring that to a lot of our partnerships in some really amazing ways. HBCUs, HSIs are amazing because there is such a celebration of culture infused. Everything from drumlines, marching bands, you know, so many spaces where there is this assurance that there are areas of celebration that are so integral to the culture of these campuses. And so we've looked at ways to really channel that and looked at ways to ensure that as we do that, technology is still at the center. And what we know is that these are institutions and organizations that have been in this space for decades. They have rich storied histories. They don't need us as a company to come in and tell them how to do what they do. What we can bring are resources. We can bring technological expertise, and we can help them to apply those to really ensure that their students are getting the same exposure and the same opportunities that their future colleagues, their future peers are getting at predominantly white institutions. And so bringing those pieces together and letting technology be the conduit for that creativity, that joy is really, I think, the sweet spot for the ways that companies can come together and contribute in these spaces.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Other questions from the audience?
Time for an online question.
Okay.
Yes. So Alicia, can you talk a little bit more about what minority serving institutions know that about belonging and helping students belong and thrive that might be useful to the predominantly white institutions that many other students attend?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I didn't attend an MSI, and talking with so many colleagues, having the opportunity to visit so many campuses, I do feel this sense of what that would have been like. Did I miss out on this experience? Because what we have seen time and time again in these conversations is that so many students are in a space where for the first time, everyone around them or the majority of people around them look like them. And so that removes so many barriers that are often present in spaces where that isn't the case, where there is less of a fear of microaggressions and macroaggressions that are often in spaces where you are an other. And that just creates a freedom for students to learn and to be in spaces. Liz, you were talking earlier about the importance of teachers of color, that students can see that reflect them. That is a space where that is so widely reflected, and that really does have a direct impact for students. And so I think what minority serving institutions recognize is that if you can remove some of those other barriers, there can just be such a specific and core focus focus on the learning, the experience, and you can foster a culture of celebration, a culture where there is a space where students can look and just feel very included. And so, again, that is something that the institutions know, something they do incredibly well. And so what we seek to do is just to look at how can our resources help to further that? How can our resources help to create that space and bring it forward? And also recognizing that oftentimes, because these schools do not get the same resources, their students are not getting exposure to the same job opportunities, the same wealth of opportunities. But the other thing that we look at is that we know there is a void in terms of the jobs of the future in tech. We know that we need more future software developers being trained right now. We need more silicon engineers. But there are so many jobs that don't exist right now that will exist. And the only way those jobs will be created is if we have more diverse perspectives that are thinking holistically about what society needs. Because that's what technology tries to do. We try to solve societal challenges. And if we don't have a diversity of perspectives that are bringing forward those challenges, we'll never have an inclusive tech space, and we won't have tech solutions that reflect everyone. And so that is where MSIs can bring such value, is by fostering that creativity, ensuring that students are thinking really, really clearly about ways that their unique experiences can contribute to a more inclusive society in all of these really innovative spaces.
Thank you. I want to flag me if there's another question, but I want to just take that nugget about what PWIs might learn from MSIs to ask kind of what all of us can learn from this conversation and how we can each be advocates in the best C3 way of fostering inclusion and belonging and diversity. I use the words in maybe not the right order that you're supposed to, but the idea that this diversity of perspectives and the diversity of experiences and identities is what makes us stronger, and that we won't chart a future that is fully responsive to the needs of that future and our diverse society right now if it doesn't empower all of us. And so I'm thinking, oh, this is an imperative. We've got to be doing this. How can we be doing this? What should we each take away and go back to our various places about how we can be doing that work more effectively, or encouraging others to do that work more effectively in the best C3 way possible?
I'm happy to start. One thing definitely is speaking out in support of the recent Title IX regulation, incredibly important for survivors of sexual violence, for LGBTQ students, and for pregnant and parenting students. We know all of these rights are under attack. We're actually, to your earlier question about this moment, we are seeing a very old playbook being revived where we're seeing Southern governors say they're not going to comply with civil rights law. Not creative, new, or interesting, but it is horrible. So speaking out in support of that. The other thing I would think about is your responsibility as an alum of, if you did go to college, where you went to school, think about what are the decisions being made right now on your campus with respect to admissions, with respect to diversity, equity, and inclusion, thinking about being an advocate as an alum, as a part of that school community, or I guess people could be in college right now. So I think there's a really important opportunity there. I think going back to thinking about the joy, there's an amazing universe of children's books. And so how can we all be a part of making sure that all children have access to all these amazing books? I think there's a really great thing there. But really, so much of this is just about being in partnership, being in community, looking out for one another, thinking about, where do we apply the principles of universal design for learning? Where do we make sure that our spaces are more accessible and inclusive for disabled people? What does that mean for making it more accessible for everybody? I think it's going to be a hard year. We know that, because we're not talking about politics, but what we will say is in election years, we know that rates of hate violence go up. We're worried about mis and disinformation. And I think there's a lot of opportunities to get involved. And I think just civic engagement from whatever platform, as an individual, on behalf of an institution, or in part of an advocacy organization, there's just a lot. There's a lot we get to be a part of, but it's got to be working together and seeing the interrelatedness here.
Yeah, civic engagement is the first thing that came to mind for me, particularly because, especially in the education context, decisions are made by the ones who show up. And so much of this hostile policy that we're seeing at the school board level, in classrooms, at higher levels of education conversation, it's being dictated by a fringe. a very loud fringe, the most extreme, but you're seeing hecklers' vetoes are the reason why policies about respecting a student's pronouns are being shut down. You're seeing teachers and others who want to be that one of accepting adult are being silenced because they worry about, well, what's that parent going to say? So if there are other voices who are in that room who are calling out that, no, it is important. We value these demonstrations of diversity, equity, inclusion, that matters. That is a show of support. That's about having the educators' backs who want to do the right thing, who know what it is to have all of their students feel safe and accepted and able to excel, able to enjoy their full opportunities. But they often feel under-resourced, like they're out there alone, like they're at risk. And so I just encourage more folks to show up in those conversations, because it can't be the hecklers alone who decide how our children are going to learn.
Yeah, and I would plus one to both of my fellow panelists on the stage, and also really leaning on that centering piece. My colleagues on the stage do this so incredibly well. So many of us are in spaces where we have an opportunity to drive solutions. And when we look at some of the really urgent challenges that we've talked about, it's so easy to jump to the solution, to the solve. And what critical step we have to hit before we get there is centering the impacted communities in those solutions. We all have an opportunity to do that in a more intentional way and ensure that any solutions that we drive towards collectively are really, really reflective of the voices of those who are being most disproportionately impacted. And then my second piece, I'm hanging on to the joy. I think we, as Liz so effectively noted, we are headed into a tough year. We're seeing some really troubling trends. And so leaning back into those spaces where there is joy and really finding joy in others' experiences that aren't necessarily our own, but that we can draw from. I think that's really a piece that will really help to carry us in those tough times.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Do we have any final questions from the audience? I want to thank each of you for just offering your diverse perspectives. This was wonderful. And to Liz for stepping in on short notice, but bringing the fire as always in every conversation that you do, and the encouragement for us to find joy even in this particular season and to take what we've learned today out into the world. And I really hope that each of you is able to share with someone else why it's so important that we remain committed to the principles of diversity, of equity, of inclusion, that it is not just some concept that's out there, if that's not something that you've studied or anything, that you leave this with an understanding of why it is important for students' well-being, for their mental health, for their safety, for their livelihood, but also for our collective success as a country. And so thank you for being here today, and please thank the panelists for their contribution.
Just want to thank you all again so much for your insights, and I really am taking away that theme of joy as well. I think I'm gonna write something called the joy of belonging. So thank you. Just inspired new work for me. So we are going to transition to our final breakout of the day. And so we'll take a quick break. People will go to your respective rooms. We'll have equitable strategies for building a diverse educated workforce in this room, in Events East, which is just over on that side. We will have a conversation around the real meaning of diversity, equity, and inclusion, talking about DEI in schools. And then in Chesapeake upstairs, we will have a conversation about school discipline in schools entitled from exclusion to inclusion. And so just want to thank you all for just such a rich panel and then just a rich conversation. Give it up for yourselves for just, being here and participating in this. So thank you so much. And also want to thank the Lumina Foundation, who has graciously sponsored our reception that we'll hold. That will happen after breakouts. There will be more information to follow. We love you, friends online, but I don't know that we can foot the bill for everyone. But more information to follow at the end of the breakout sessions. Just want to thank everyone for such a productive first day we're not done. So please come back tomorrow, where we'll continue the conversation looking at global competitiveness. Really exciting group of speakers coming out to talk about that. And then also looking at education and how we can use education to adapt to a changing climate, as well as some plenary or breakout sessions as well. So thank you all so much. And thank you to our panel again. Thank you.
I was saying to folks right before I walked up here that this is kind of a tough time slot since we're at the end of the day. Everyone's maybe feeling a little tired. Feel free to have a little bit of extra coffee. I will try to be funny, but I am not really funny. I only have like jokes for 7-year-olds. So if you want, like, why was 6 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. That's about as good as I can do right now, but bear with us. And we want an interesting topic and a great panel. So hopefully we can keep you all engaged in this late afternoon hour. I would love to just start with a quick introduction. We will definitely get into all the great work that you do at your respective organizations, but just a quick name, title, if you could tell us what's your favorite hot weather activity, summer activity, and remember to use your mics when you take your turn. Yeah, we can start with you, Kim.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kim Krasnowski, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director for the Early Childhood Innovation Center at Delaware State University. And my favorite hot weather activity, shopping indoors in the air conditioning.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Uyade James. I am Senior Director for K-12 Policy at CAP. This is my 3rd day, full disclosure. Prior to CAP, I was with the American Association of Colleges of Teacher Education, where I was the VP of Organizational Advancement. And favorite hot weather activity would be going to festivals. I just love, being at festivals in DC. If there's ice cream involved, I'm there.
So, hi, everyone. I'm Jenny Muñiz, Senior Policy Advisor for Unidos US. Happy that you all made it to the end of the day. I am really excited about Jazz Fridays coming back in DC. For those of you who partake, where you get to drink wine and picnic and listen to jazz. Although it's become a raffle because it's become so popular, but hopefully we can get in this year.
Very nice. And I realized that I omitted my own introduction. I'm Lisa Partlow. I'm a senior fellow here at the Center for American Progress, working on the K-12 team now with Uyade, who we're so excited to have join us, as well as the rest of the education team. And my favorite hot weather activity is like anything near water. I have like a hierarchy, which is that it's pool, then beaches are better, then lakes are better than that, which is a controversial opinion, I know, but that's my ranking. So now we get to talk a little bit about y'all's wonderful work. I would love to start even before we talk about what you do at your respective jobs, and Uyade, you might want to talk about your previous work as well. A little bit of a real life context. So this panel is about teacher diversity, and I would love to hear if y'all have personal reasons about why you believe teacher diversity is important, what it means to you, any personal stories you might have about how this issue came to be a focus for you. We'll go down the other way. Do you want to start, Jenny?
Sure. So, I really appreciate the conversation that preceded this one in this room, and I would love to continue to pull on that thread because I think it's very relevant. And when I think about why we should care about teachers of color, I think we have to mention what the enormous challenge of the day is and continue that conversation, right? I think a lot of folks today have highlighted that we are very much in an era of backlash. We have seen throughout history in this country, whenever we take a step forward towards social justice, we often simultaneously take a step back. And I won't be the first person who tells you that. And so I think in this era of backlash, we cannot afford not to have teachers of color in the classroom to help students with the sense making, to help affirm their identities when the outside world isn't. And I think we have seen over just the last couple of years, we have seen the rollback of affirmative action, which we've talked about. We have seen bans on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. We have seen bans on professional development that addresses biases. We have seen to the tune of over 550 pieces of legislation that have tried to characterize everything from social emotional learning to civics education to teaching about our racial history as divisive. And in this context, we sort of need teachers of color in the classroom to help students navigate through. So I'll share a brief example because I used to be a teacher in San Antonio. I'm going to take you back, not in the present moment, but I'm going to take you back to November of 2016, when I was still in the classroom, and I don't have to tell you all about 2016, but I was a teacher in San Antonio Independent School District, largely Latino, Latina community, largely immigrant community, and I taught a bilingual classroom, so it was an immigrant classroom. So what were you all doing on Wednesday following the election? Where were you processing? Because I was in a classroom in front of 15 second graders. So that was an interesting day. They came in, they were very quiet. And then as soon as I came in, there was a flurry of questions that they had for me. And one of them, a couple of them really stuck with me. But one in particular was a young student, Filiberto, really bright. He used to try to run the marathon with his mom, even in second grade every year, just kind of kid he was. And he asked me, Ms. Muñiz, because my mom is darker skinned than I am, does that mean that she could get deported? How do you begin to unpack questions like that, right, at that age? And that just scratches the surface of everything we went through that year. And we try to address it and we try to unpack it. And we, had a unit on migration and we had them interview their parents about their migration stories. And we centered counter storytelling and there was also advocacy from, teachers in the community who were demanding that the district clarify their policies and improve their policies around undocumented families, something we succeeded in doing. And I wonder what it felt like for students who did not have access to a teacher with whom they related, who spoke their language. And the majority probably didn't have that, right? Because we have 25% of students are Latino, Latina, and there's only 9% of Latina teachers in the classroom. So when I think about why it matters, that's why it matters to me.
Yeah, I think for me, I approach this through two lenses, one from a personal lived experience, obviously as a woman of color, and also from a researcher perspective. Much of my research in higher education has been focused on teacher diversity. But let's talk about it from the lived experience. I grew up in St. Paul, Minnesota. And throughout my academic journey in St. Paul public schools, I had one teacher of color. And that was our journalism teacher in high school. But what was most striking to me is that in my AP English courses, I was taught by a white woman, and she was a phenomenal teacher. And I think it's so powerful for us to ensure that our non-teachers of color are exposing students of color to curriculum that are affirming to their identities. And Ms. Combs, I have never forgotten her name. She introduced us to literary texts. We were reading James Baldwin, Octavia Butler, and she was a white blonde woman. And I say this because when we talk about teacher diversity, we need to also honor our non-teachers of color who are doing this work in absence of teachers of color in school settings. So I just want to name that because I think that's important as we continue this conversation about teacher diversity and not just putting the burden on teachers of color to introduce culturally responsive text, curriculum, practices to students of color. That is the responsibility of all teachers, right? Let's just go back to the research piece because I think the research clearly states the impact and the value of teachers of color, right? So Black students, we know that when they have at least one Black teacher in elementary school, they're 13% more likely to graduate. That is alarming. So why is it that we're not investing in that? When we look at Black boys in particular, right? When a Black boy has one teacher in elementary school, that Black boy is 29% less likely to drop out, right, of high school. So again, we need to make sure we're paying attention to the research, what the research is telling us. This is out of Johns Hopkins University. And we need to make sure that we're investing in this. This is not, something that is hypothetical. And someone else mentioned on previous panel that all students benefit from diverse teachers because we are, again, educating a citizenry where we are ensuring that everyone is accepted, that we're teaching students inclusive practices at an early age. So it is an issue that we need to look at it from a research perspective, and we also need to look at it from lived experiences of the students who they've been exposed to, and also ensure that our non-teachers of color are also carrying the burden, and we're not just placing all the burden on teachers of color to educate Black and Brown and Indigenous students.
So I'm going to take it, excuse me, from an early childhood perspective. My work, my whole entire life has been surrounding lifting up voices of people in communities, mostly women, women of color. And my personal story here is going to be around men in early childhood, men of color in early childhood. I first want to say you do not get a more diverse workforce than if you look at your local early childhood programs. You don't have to search far, they're there, right? And the program that I'm running, which I'll get into a little bit later, is trying to do just that, uplift, support, and provide opportunities. But through that program, we have, I'm proud to say, 10 men in our program. And it's a scholarship program, which I'll get to in a second. But they came to us and they said, we were this close to leaving this profession because of backlash in the community. Men can't work with infants and toddlers and preschoolers. There's the stigma, there's this, there's that. But the positive outcomes of a child, right? Any child, but certainly children of color seeing a male, right? And someone that looks like them in the classroom. But it's really hard for some of them to stay in the program because the families and their community themselves didn't like the fact that they were in there. So I would say from my perspective as an early childhood professional, lifting up lived experiences and voices, making sure voices are at the table when decisions are made and policies are impacted, it really makes a difference when you can look at the entire community. And like I said, when we're talking about retaining and recruiting a diverse workforce or teacher workforce. Go to your local early childhood center, go to a Head Start center, go to anywhere. You will see, I don't have the data, but at the top of my head, but I imagine you will see a very large percentage of diverse people working, doing this hard work each and every day. So when I think about the impact, why this is important, it's sharing the stories and making sure that the stories of the people who are impacted are at the table to make those policies.
Thank you, Kim. So just wanted to get a little note for context here. So Kim works at Delaware State University in their early childhood educator program. So she's on this panel partially to share the perspective of the early childhood workforce and diversifying the early childhood workforce and some of the barriers that are unique to the early childhood workforce. So we heard Katie Ham talk at the opening panel about how, yes, the early childhood workforce has a lot of teachers of color, but there's huge turnover problem and issues of recruiting more teachers into the profession because the salaries are so low. So a slightly different set of issues than what we are seeing in maybe K-12 and a little bit higher ed. So I just wanted to make sure folks understand that that's sort of the perspective that Kim's coming from. I would love, Wiade, I'm not sure if you wanted to talk a little bit about some of your work at AACT around this issue, or if you'd rather we just move on to Jenny to talk about the work she's doing. Wiade can't really talk about her work at CAP because it's only been 3 days. But I welcome if you want to chat a little bit about it, and then we'll move on to Jenny about your work in this area.
Sure.
Okay.
I can,
go ahead.
I'll share just one initiative that I think is very relevant to the issue of teacher diversity is around teacher performance assessments. So when I was at AACTE, I wrote a grant to the Gates Foundation, which they funded to look at barriers to entering the teaching profession. And one of the barriers that we studied was the Praxis Core. Many of you know the Praxis. So there's a subject test and there's the Praxis 1, which is now called the Praxis Core. And that is typically used by many states for entrance into teacher preparation programs. So you have to pass the Praxis Core to be admitted into a preparation program. So We looked at the data from ETS, and if you look at the performance of test takers, you'll notice that test takers of color are typically performing below the cutoff score for the Praxis score compared to their white counterparts. So Black and Latinx test takers were not meeting the cutoff scores, and therefore these students were being limited in terms of being admitted into those preparation programs. And this was not a matter of intelligence. ETS has also published on this, that test takers had comparable GPAs. Preparation. So it's not an issue of intelligence. We can have a whole nother conversation about testing bias and who's developing the test, psychometricians. What do they look like? What is their equity lens that they're bringing into constructing these assessments? That's a different conversation. But I think an issue to tackle is looking at what are the multiple measures that we're using for admissions into preparation programs? Because if we're using a single measure, like an assessment, a Praxis score, we're then saying that this student is not, they're not teacher material before we actually give them the treatment. The treatment is the preparation program, right? You enter a preparation program, you get the courses, you do your student teaching, and then you obtain your licensure. But when a student has been excluded before they even get admitted, you're not giving them an opportunity to obtain the treatment, right, to become a fully licensed teacher. So I think that's an area we need to explore as we think about diversity. What are the barriers to entry for teachers of color? Dr. Leslie Fenwick, Dean Emerita at Howard University, has published extensively on this. And in her experience, she saw at Howard, students were being wiped out because, again, they weren't able to meet the cutoff score. So the question becomes, who's setting the cutoff score? Who's at the table, right? What is the processes that's being used? Who developed this Angoff method or, these different processes that psychometricians are using? So I think we need to talk about all of those sort of structural barriers. And one of them to me is assessment, looking at assessments and ensuring that we have multiple ways of determining admissions and also determining even, licensure, assessment for licensure and certification.
Yeah, I have looked at that and researched that Praxis data a little bit as well. And I think one of the most damning things about it is that even though there are these disparities about passage rates, they don't predict teaching ability and your ability to have, get your students learning and achieving academically. So really big problem there if you're cutting people out of the profession using a measure that is not predictive of their performance in the profession. So let's turn to you, Jenny. If you want to talk a little bit about your work at Unidos US around teacher preparation and teacher diversity issues, we would love to.
Sure. And I would just also love to add that the numbers there were staggering. I think the studies that came out at the time when these were implemented in the 80s estimate anywhere from 20 to 40,000 teachers were kicked out of the pipeline. I mean, and we think about, and we'll talk about some of the programs that exist now to prepare teachers. We have, the Augustus program that we've struggled to get funding for, that we finally have funding for. They were supporting, I think they have $24 million currently supporting 15 programs and supporting 2,000 students, right? So just think about proportionally, we're kicking students out by the tens of thousands and how much it costs to keep them in the pipeline. And I just wanted to add that. At Unidos, we're a civil rights organization, and our team touches everything from K-12 all the way to higher education. So we're looking at the full spectrum. We're looking at the challenges of keeping teachers in the classroom in K-12, everything from, punitive accountability systems that suck the joy out of learning. We're focused on, classroom culture and what will it take to sort of get Latino Latinx students through, to address the interrupted learning of the pandemic. So we're looking at, the challenges that teachers of color have there. And then we're also focused on areas of higher education and preparation. So we're really looking at the full spectrum and all of the structural barriers there. One thing that I think has been top of mind for our team that I'll highlight is economic empowerment. At Unidos, we care a lot about economic empowerment and whether or not, if we're going to have young people of color entering the profession, are we paying them enough to have a sustainable life? Are we paying them enough so that they're not saddled with student loan debt, right? The current average teacher salary for a teacher who's entering the profession is, I think, $44,500, around there. And the average loan debt for Latina teacher is $56,000, right? About 46% of Latina teachers have to take out loans, and the unpaid loans estimate around $50,000. For Black teachers, that's at $20,000 to that, right? And they have the highest rates of loans. So we have teachers who are entering a profession, so we care a lot about whether or not they're getting paid enough. And we also care about the policies that we have in place to ensure that there are grants in place for them for their education. So we're thinking a lot about things like the Teach Grant, right? There are grants that already exist, but why haven't they had the impact that we wanted them to have? So we have something like Teach, where there has been so much red tape that makes it challenging for teachers to access. And I know that's something that Ed has been working on, which is great. But we also, can we make it, instead of $4,000, can we make it $8,000, right? Can we really invest in the programs that already exist for the pipeline? That's something we're thinking about. We're also thinking about, student loan forgiveness, and programs like, teacher loan forgiveness, right? Again, programs that exist. Why haven't they been working? There's research that shows that, only 2/3 of teachers, one, even know that program exists, and two, has become so challenging to work with their servicers to get the relief that few teachers are actually availing themselves of that resource. So we're really looking at the full spectrum with a focus, I think, on, the economic imperative. And I will just share too that my sister wants to go into education, and she wants to be a speech pathologist. And the first thing we did when she was sort of exploring that career path was we went and looked at the salaries at LA Unified, and we worked out the math. How many years would it take for her to pay off her loan? Could she afford an apartment for herself in Los Angeles at that wage, or would she have to go out more into rural communities outside of Los Angeles into the Inland Empire, which is happening to a lot of young families? And I think that's the question that a lot of young people of color are asking themselves. Is this a sustainable career for me?
Thank you. So we've started the conversation that I'm hoping to move to next a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about barriers to both entering and staying in, retaining folks in this profession. We've talked about the barriers to access in terms of testing barriers. We've talked a little bit about financial barriers, whether it be the salary or it be debt burden and loan burden. What are some of the other barriers that you're seeing to maintaining a diverse teacher workforce, getting folks into the profession, but also staying there?
So again, from the early childhood perspective, we had a panel of students the other night with some dignitaries from our state listening to their stories, because our program is a grant-funded program, and it's all about sustainability. And in order to make those decisions, lawmakers and policymakers have to hear from the people who are living this work. So we did a panel, and one of the students, she just graduated with her associate's degree in early childhood. She's currently making $11 an hour working. Now, with an associate's degree, she's going to get a bump in her salary, probably to about $15 an hour. So do the math. It's not livable. It's not sustainable. It's not even realistic. And that's with an associate's degree. So she said, and this was so striking to me, she said, we can't have a conversation about outcomes without a conversation about incomes. And I really loved that, because she just captured that. And it was sort of like a drop the mic moment for some of the folks on the panel, because I think a lot of people think, go to school. Another person said this in one of the conference sessions, go to school, get a degree, you'll get a good job, you'll be able to do this. And for most of our early childhood workforce, they are trying to do that and still not being able to get an apartment, have a car, buy a house, do things that most of us can and want to do. So the program here at Delaware State University is a scholarship program, unopposed unapologetically supporting our local Delaware early childhood community. So we have a program in which you can go and obtain your Child Development Associate, international credential, an associate's or bachelor's degree at any one of our in-state institutions, up to 13 credits. We have compensation bonuses, stipends to offset the cost of childcare, food, books, things that we know inevitably will get in the way of pursuing this. And then at the end, this was really bold. I'm saying that facetiously, but this was really bold when we said, when you're done with your CDA, associate's or bachelor's degree, we're going to give you a bonus completion stipend of $1,000, $5,000, or here's a big one, $10,000 for a bachelor's degree. And I'm saying this in jest because some of the folks in the room said $10,000 for a bachelor's degree as a bonus. And I said, let me remind you that people in other fields, let's say IT, let's pick on them for a second. Those are sign-on bonuses for a new job. That's not a completion bonus after 4 to 6 to 8 years, depending on how long you're going to school to get that bachelor's degree. Just some data currently. So we're really proud of our program. We've been in existence for 1 year. We have over 300 students who are obtaining some sort of credential, associate or bachelor's degree. But the data we've collected is that upon receiving their CDA, they can make on an average of $15 an hour, up from 11. So we're going in the right direction, but still not where we need to be. Bachelor's degrees in Delaware, our students, our data, $19 an hour. Most of them are working in privatized childcare, family childcare providers, $19 an hour with a bachelor's degree. So when we talk about retaining and recruiting, I always say, which is unpopular amongst certain crowds, that we're at CAP, so I'm just going to say it. When our scholars, because that's what we call them, scholars, when they get that associate's or bachelor's or even the CDA, I say to everyone, they're probably not going to stay where they are now. And maybe they shouldn't, because if there are job opportunities, I mean, raise your hand if you are in the same job you started when you graduated, or you got you had a credential. No one's going to raise their hand. We all know experience, education, provides opportunities. So for our students, we have such a retention issue. It's a national issue in early childhood, but certainly in Delaware, that if we can say to an employer that if so-and-so goes to this program, you've got them for a year, 2 years, 4 years, hypothetically, while they're working on their school, that's a great retention rate versus what we had previous from this. So all that to say, we've embedded layered supports, coaching, one-on-one coaching, and I'm talking about life coaching, not just coaching, instructional coaching, but life coaching. What do you do when you're homeless and you still want to go to school and you still want to make your $19 an hour at the end? What do you do when you have a death or a trauma? All things that are not specific to early childhood, but I just feel like I have to raise up these voices of these men and women doing this work, no benefits, potentially, right? No benefits, no pension, no days off, and on average making $11 to $15 an hour. So the necessity of having a program at Delaware State, being Delaware's only HBCU, was purposeful. It was thoughtful. It's not lost on me that I'm sitting up here representing a university that's an HBCU. But again, my point to that is that the program that we're offering there, although associated at Delaware State, we want students to go to Delaware State University. And DSU was making huge changes in their education prep program to address some of those issues. But for the ECE students, we want them to stack those credentials, and we want them to not only make $19 an hour, but we want them to exceed that and move forward. So a retention, recruitment, a support is really about how you get people in to the program debt-free. No one wants to pay anything, right? And they shouldn't. But then what's the possibility career-wise when they graduate with that degree? And I think for Delaware and a lot of states, we're still grappling with that.
Yeah, that's so important. And I think it's been repeated a couple times today. So it's definitely a big takeaway from this summit so far. Jenny, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about, we're trying to have a discussion about barriers. What are some of the barriers that might be unique to the population that you're thinking about most at Unidos US, the Latino and Latino,
No,
and
Latinx,
Latina.
Latine. It's a conversation we're having internally all the time.
Pardon me.
No worries.
Thank you.
Well, there's so many things, and I mentioned a couple of them in terms of retaining teachers in the classroom, but a really real one that is causing concern for a lot of people, and I was talking to a superintendent over the weekend, is layoffs, right? ESSER funds have dried up. We also have a situation with decreasing enrollment, and some districts have already announced layoffs. The vast majority of districts still to this day, they're thinking about last in, first out policies, right? Some of them are considering other criteria, but by and large, we're still thinking about last in, first out policies. That's the newer teachers tend to be the more racially diverse teachers. So that's something that we should be very concerned about, and something that I'm thinking about now is what can we do to address the potential layoffs that we could see. I've seen some districts that have begun to safeguard through their policy special programs like bilingual education, trying to safeguard those jobs. But I think we need to put our policy where our mouth is, and we need to safeguard underrepresented groups in the policy as well as these layoffs happen. And then I also just want to ground us historically that, as we were talking about earlier today, after we talked about Brown and the impact of Brown, and I think a lot of people agree that one of the broken promises of Brown was that we never integrated the teacher workforce, and that after Brown happened, that a lot of Black teachers got fired, got demoted. They were never integrated into the schools, right? And I think it's not exactly a parallel, but I think about how much we value the teachers that have already made it to the very high bar, right? They went through the preparation program. If they're in a traditional program, they did the practice test, right? Which is challenging. Maybe they did a couple hundred hours of student teaching and they were not paid, so it amounted to an unpaid internship, right? They've done all of those things and they're already in the classroom, and we're not doing anything to safeguard their jobs. And it costs a lot to prepare them, right? Both in terms of time and in terms of money. So if there's something that's keeping me up at night, it's that.
What do we miss, Beate? What other barriers should we be talking about?
Yeah, no, I think I echo what both of my peers have said, and thank you for representing HBCUs on this panel too, because I think we can't talk about teacher diversity without talking about our MSIs and the role that they play. HBCUs are 3%, account 3%.
For those of you who don't live in DC, MSI is Minority Serving Institution.
Yes, thank you. Please apologize for the acronym.
Historically Black colleges and universities.
Yes, thank you. Historically Black colleges and universities. So they account for 3% of all four-year colleges and universities, but prepare 50% of Black teachers, right? So we need to keep that in mind, the role that these institutions play. But I think another barrier that I would add is what we're seeing around educational gag orders. This is problematic because we are now, we have to think about teacher mental health, right? Teachers are in schools where they are operating under, bills that have been introduced by legislatures where they can't talk about certain concepts, they can't adopt certain curriculum, they can't use certain books, certain instructional materials that have to do with race or ethnicity or religion or sex. So it is a tough time to be an educator, right? You're walking on eggshells. So I think we need to, if we're talking about barriers right now in terms of retention, we need to address what's happening around academic censorship and gag orders. If you go to PEN America, you can see their website. You can see all of the bills that have been introduced across the country, from Connecticut to Texas, right? So this is a concern, and I think is a retention challenge for teachers of color in the field. The other thing that I think is important is around the invisible tax that teachers of color are experiencing, right? Is that you're not just the teacher of record in the classroom. Sometimes you are the disciplinarian for students of color. Sometimes you are the social worker for that family who's experiencing food insecurity or homelessness, right? Because that family feels more comfortable approaching you, probably because there's a language barrier if you are a teacher who speaks Spanish, for example. I have worked in DC public schools, in DC with DC public schools where the cafeteria worker has been called into an IEP meeting to translate because the school failed to get a translator in advance. So there's an invisible tax for teachers of color and also for staff of color in our school buildings that we're not talking about. And it's leading to burnout and it's leading to retention. So that's another barrier.
Yeah, those are great additions. Thank you, Beate. I think so. I think I know what Kim would answer to this question. So maybe we'll start on this end. I want to talk a little bit about, okay, we have this set of barriers. Like you said, being a teacher right now can be really challenging for a lot of ways. Getting into the teaching profession can be a big question at this particular moment in time. But what are some things that are giving you hope? Some things that you might be seeing that are addressing these barriers you've identified? All right, we'll start with you, Jenny. Or we can pass it on.
Maybe somebody else can start it and could be inspiring.
It's Kim.
Okay, sure. I always take a chance to talk. I think so. It's kind of like a plus delta with this COVID, right? Remember that whole thing? Really leveled up or gave sight to this invisible population of people who had been doing this work day in and day out. Suddenly, early childhood educators were essential, but they weren't that essential because they still had to go to work every single day while other educators had to do other things. And I'm not saying either one was better or not. I think you could argue being online Zoom, for 8 hours is taxing itself. But I think the spotlight that it has brought to this field about, these are not just babysitters. These are people who are degreed, credentialed, are working with, the most precious commodity we have here, infants and toddlers and preschoolers. If we ever are going to bridge, and I say bridge, this gap between early childhood and K-12, that transition, right? That kindergarten is so important. You cannot ignore the fact that there are people who have been doing this work, right? Working with families. Talk about wearing different hats, right? Caseworker, social worker, translator, child development specialist, academic, disciplinary, all of the things. Sorry, I'm going on a soapbox. What gives me hope is that this profession, I think now it really has a moment, and another panelist said this when we were talking about other things, has a moment now, not just to say, hey, remember us, we're here, we're important, but the value that the focus of early childhood educators can really have on the economy, right? I know that's always a smart move to tie it back in to the economy. It's not just an early childhood issue, it's an economic issue. But it's really a humanistic issue, right? It's like a humanity issue. All teachers are important, right? No matter if you're working with infants or working with high school, middle school, first grade, kindergarten, if you're a director, which is the hardest job, a principal, either or, hardest job in the world. But I think the realization, the recognition that this is a profession that deserves the same type of pay, acknowledgement, support, gives me hope. We still got a lot of work to do, but it gives me hope that we have this moment and we all have to grab it because it'll be gone.
There are two things that give me hope. I think the first is around what we're seeing with teacher salaries, the trends with that. Obviously, Senator Sanders introduced the Pay Teachers Act, which would have a starting salary of $60,000 for teachers. But we're seeing a lot of states now introduce legislation to increase teacher salary because of, mainly the advocacy of teachers in many of those states, which is promising. We're not where we need to be, but there's progress, and that says a lot. And Becky Pringle earlier today mentioned the NEA data set that has information about teacher salaries. I was looking at it earlier in Virginia. The starting salary is $46,000 for a teacher, around the $46,000 range. But when you look at the minimum living wage for one adult and one child, it's $58,000. So we're not where we need to be, right? So teachers are still a first timer entering the classroom. You're still making less than what the minimum living wage is for your state. But there's some progress with the bills that are being introduced in states across the country. So I'm hopeful that there will be more incentive and more state legislatures would take up increasing teacher salary. The other thing that gives me hope is the investments that we're seeing from the federal government for minority serving institutions. The Hawkins program, the Augustus F. Hawkins Centers for Excellence, that was authorized in 2008. When defunded for, I don't know how many years, it was first funded in FY22. So from 2008 to FY22, that program was not funded. So that was money that these minority serving institutions did not receive to be able to prepare more teachers of color for the profession. So it gives me hope that, you know, we now have, I believe, at least 2 cohorts of grantees that have gotten funding from that center. And hopefully the amount will be increased to make up for the time lost. And we will see more institutions get funding to work with district partners to prepare more teachers of color, more bilingual teachers, more teachers in critical shortage areas to meet the needs across the country.
Great. Now I'm ready. Now I've been inspired. I think, you know, Liz mentioned this earlier, but thinking about, you know, this moment that we're in of backlash, and the backlashers, they're loud, but they're fewer than we are. And I think that's something that I think about a lot. I still have, you know, friends who are teaching in the classroom, and regardless of what's going on in terms of the gag orders that are happening, they're finding ways. And a lot of them, I lived and I worked in Texas, and they're finding ways to still do the culturally responsive teaching. They're finding ways to bring instruction to the lives of students. They're finding ways to empower students through what they're teaching, regardless of what's, you know, happening at the state legislature. And it makes it harder, and they certainly shouldn't be left to do it alone, but they're still doing the work. And the friends that I was advocating with, and we were, you know, organizing around undocumented families and had some wins at the time, and they've had many wins since then. They're still organizing, right? So there's far more people that I know in the education field that are still doing the work. So even if this, you know, moment can be frustrating and challenging and requires a lot of work, I know that it's also fueling a lot of people. And something that the research bears out is that educators of color come into the profession already within, you know, thinking about advocacy, right? They're not just there to teach how to read. They are inspired by their own experience and the experience of their community, and they want to give back, right? They are motivated to do public service. And there's so many of us that are motivated in that way, and they're doing the work. And to speak of legislation, I know UNIVA supported recently Diversity Teachers Act. So we're thinking about, well, in addition to, you know, funding MSIs, can we also give, you know, start a grant program to give some money to school districts so that, you know, it opens up the door for grow your own programs. For example, these are programs that are focused on getting people from the community to teach in the community. They focus on, you know, groups like paraprofessionals who already tend to be more racially diverse and also have a linguistic background that aligns with students. So, you know, there is legislation currently that we're backing that would be supportive of, you know, creating those connections between districts and preparation programs. So, you know, there is movement, which I'm happy about, but there is, you know, a lot of work to do, especially if you consider the work that teachers put in every day.
Thank you. That's a great beginning to my next question, which is to talk a little bit about the policies you would like to see and what you know, related to addressing the barriers or what's giving you hope. Just a quick reminder that I'm in policies, not legislation. We're keeping this 501c3 here. But what kinds of things do you think are really encouraging, really working well across the country? And this can be something that's happening federally, or it can be something that's happening state, local, at a teacher prep program, at a school district. You look like you're ready to go. Are you ready to go?
Thinking, but sure, I'll jump in.
We'll start with you.
I would say policies that promote teacher leadership pathways is important. If you haven't seen the Teachers of Color Handbook written by Travis Bristol at USC and then Conrad Getz at University of Houston, is a great playbook of evidence-based practices and policies. And they talked a lot about just ways to retain teachers of color and recruit teachers of color. And one of the things that they hone in on is around creating pathways for teachers into leadership roles, right? Because no one wants to be in the same role forever, right? As professionals, we want to do other things and be promoted. And teachers are in the same classroom, right? One teacher, one classroom, 24, 30 students. So how can we develop the skills of teachers so that they can advance, right? Multiple pathways to advancement within their profession. So I think that's something we need to explore. What does that look like, right? I don't know what are states doing? How are they partnering with higher ed? How are K-12 districts partnering with higher ed to get more teachers into administrative roles as school administrators or as leaders within SEAs, right? There's an opportunity here for us to rethink that. So I think a policy around teacher leadership pathways will be helpful to retain more teachers and produce more leaders of color in education.
So I would say that's great. I'm going to piggyback off what you were saying. I'm thinking about leadership opportunities, growth opportunities. We have a great partnership with a local school district for their early childhood educator pathway program. So we've got students in high school who are graduating high school with a child development associate, the CDA. We now have almost all of our in-state higher eds on board through an MOU to offer 12 credits for that CDA. So as a high school student who wants to go into this field, they can obtain their CDA while they're in high school, already be ahead of the game when they come out, get the college credit articulated for 12 credits. Now they're on a pathway to get their associates or bachelors. And what I think is really important policy-wise is that we are always thinking about different ways to grow the early childhood educator pipeline, but not just in the classroom, but in different ways. So until our program was in development, we hadn't really thought about, what's a new form of employment that can be offered in Delaware. And coaching people is just as important, I think, than actually doing the day-to-day work in the classroom. If you have a great coach, they can help you navigate that. So what we're seeing is that students in high school can then go to college, get their degree, and then find themselves eligible to come back and be a coach in our program. We're seeing associate degree students get their bachelor's and then had a coach in their life and then want to come back and share that. So I think the policies, there's big P policy and then that small p. But I think what works is what works. And sometimes small policy decisions really have huge impacts.
And I think, staying and thinking about these pipeline programs, I like that you mentioned the handbook. A couple of colleagues and I have a chapter in there, and we highlight Grow Your Own program in Washington State that is focused on paraprofessionals, which I mentioned. These are, teachers' aides who speak Spanish, who were already supporting the schools there, but they found that they did not have access to the preparation they needed to be in the classroom, right? These are non-traditional teacher support, paraprofessionals. They already had, kids, so their schedules don't look like your typical traditional, teacher candidate. So they, figured out a way that they can, go to school and get their credits, and they're doing, their student teaching while they're paraprofessionals at the district. And it also comes with wraparound support, and it also comes with a cohort of other paraprofessionals as support. And that they're having a lot of success in training, non-traditional teachers and paraprofessionals into the profession that better align with, the students' language skills and also the race and ethnicity. Another thing I will highlight that Washington does really well that was helping the program is they have teaching standards for culturally responsive teaching. So it is written into their state statute that every teacher needs to understand how to teach in a culturally responsive way for every student, so that, they mind their biases and they also connect the very real lives of their students to the curriculum. So those are a couple of things that are happening in Washington State that I think are worth highlighting and around the same vein.
Thank you guys so much. One thing you were talking a little bit about some of the paraprofessionals in the building, and I think we focused a lot on teachers, but touched a little bit on paraprofessionals, other staff, leadership in the building. Are there other policy ideas that you all are seeing that would be helpful beyond what you already said, for those other staff in the building? This could be from things like salary and benefits, or it could be things like training for teachers who are already there. I know that there's some research about leaders of color having a really big impact on teachers of color, their retention. Things like that. Are there other policies, if we kind of try to broaden out beyond just related to teachers?
I think what was mentioned with paraprofessionals is certainly one that that needs to be explored further. So there are community colleges, obviously, where you know, a lot of diversity at community colleges, first generation college students. It's a great way to get diverse teachers into the pipeline of becoming educators. So encouraging more 4-year partnerships with 2-year community colleges, 2+2 programs. I think as we think about policy, that needs to be a priority. So, you know, where can we address some of the challenges around articulation agreements, right? Because we know often when those students transfer from a community college to 4 years, some courses don't transfer or they have to start taking credits. And so just making sure that we have a defined process and clear articulation agreements between 4-year and 2-year to support those students of color who want to pursue education and become teachers. So I think that's an area to explore in terms of policy, just community college and 4-year partnerships and 2+2 programs.
Do you want to add to that, Kim?
Yeah, I would just add on that, the articulation is key. A lot of things get lost in the sauce when things are not tied up and you lose credits and take things. So definitely. I also would say there's, at least in Delaware, a huge emphasis, certainly at DSU around credit for prior learning. And this is an avenue that as an early childhood educator, we've been saying for years, you know, there are people who have been doing this work for 5, 10, 15, 20 years that could probably write a course on curriculum. Now, there might be some that would need some help, but just because you've been working for 15 years doesn't mean anything, but it could, right? And it can. So PLA, prior learning assessment, is another, I think, golden ticket that states should be looking at, giving that real face time to lived experiences with the support of community colleges or 4-year institutions, HBCUs. There are a lot of people out there. The military does this already. If you are in the military and you come back and you have your military transcript, you are getting, you know, credits, but also your experience doing X, Y, and Z counts. So I think that's something as a paraprofessional, an early childhood educator, that could kind of rocket us into the next level. If states are interested in being innovative, right? Flexible. It's not a hard line on this. There might need to be a lot of exploration, but people have lived experience and have done this work. And it may actually account for them not having to take a class on curriculum if they could write a very fine lesson plan or talk about curriculum to others in a really positive way.
All right, thank you so much, Kim. We are going to end, and before I have you all join in not me, the panelists, I have been asked to give you all one reminder. So tomorrow, day 2 of the summit starts a little bit earlier than today, 9:45, not 10, 9:45. And we're going to have Jose Javier Rodriguez, who's an assistant secretary at the Department of Labor, here for that first keynote. So please join us tomorrow for that. And then now, thank the panelists for coming and doing this late afternoon session with y'all. Thank you guys so much.
The happy hour is at the Carlisle Room. If you exit the building, hang a right, then another right and another right. It's essentially on the back side of this block. Go in the Carlisle Room entrance. Thank you.